Hey guys, check out what I found while I was doing house cleaning today. You know, just a bit of fall spring cleaning. Look at this gay little silk scarf that I got in Barcelona. I completely forgot that I got it. Jesus fucking Christ. Me when the live stream that I have open makes the noise that I'm waiting for it to make. You look so gay. Thank you. Fall spring cleaning, aka fall cleaning. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Can you please time travel me forward so I can start packing for my time in the Trump camps? Couldn't you pack now? I mean, if you're worried about that, couldn't you get that started now? You're just being lazy. Oh, that's nice, Twitchy Doggo. It's spring in South America? I don't believe in that. Yo, Vosh, I get that you don't have to be falsely positive, but for real, though, could you or your editors lay off the unproductive, depressing titles? Counterpoint that you haven't considered. Maybe you guys should stop clicking on the depressing titles. You know, it's the marketplace of free ideas. You know, you vote with your views. So Hassan, Ethan, drama, huh, lol. Is that like the level of drama baiting that we're engaging in these days? No pride in your work? So, drama, huh, Lamau? It's gotten bigger than drama, to be fair. What? The Ethan Klein shit is getting out. Guys, if you're going to drama bait, then say what it is. What you're cruising for a bruising. You come on in here, you know my position on this, and you're like, I know what I'll do. I'll vaguely gesture at it. What are you talking about? Just say what you want to say. Twitch banned a bunch of anti-Israel people. Well, who? The ADL convinced Twitch to ban 5 streamers. Dude, this is why I don't stream on Twitch, man. Holy shit. They banned denims? For what? They hate strong women? That's pretty true. 30-day ban. Twitch has suspended all of the members of the TwitchCon rating streamers panel for 30 days for hateful conduct. Well, at least it's not a perma. They gave me a perma. Ethan Klein showing SS in a Twitch symbol. I mean, this is like the primary strategy of Zionist whining, right? In basically all cases. Everything is anti-Semitism, especially when it hurts my feelings. Everyone who disagrees is a Nazi, etc., etc. Like openly disingenuous. Not surprising from him, I guess. Also, show number 69, nice. What was even on that panel that was so bad? I mean, I didn't see it. I genuinely don't know. The fucking ADL, man. The Lunatic Stop Anti-Semitism account is pressuring Twitch and Dan Clancy to ban Hassan too. Didn't Hassan get rated like anti-Semite of the month or something by Stop Anti-Semitism? This is literally like a Nazi account. Like, these people are fucking psychos. They are like fully in line with, remember at the beginning on October 7th, or like right after, when you had like vans outside college campuses with the names of students who were on pro-Palestinian like club lists on them, and like talking about blacklisting them from work forever. Like, they are like a part of, I mean, what essentially what it is cancel culture, right? Like, it is cancel culture, but real and very powerful. It's like the only time I can think of that it's real. They had a category called Sabra, which is an Israeli hummus brand, but it's also a term that refers to Jews who were born in Israel. I don't know where the line is drawn. I don't know enough about, like, language to determine whether that would be, like, a dog whistle or whatever else. The little bit that I saw of the panel, I feel like it was a pretty stupid thing to do, just purely on a... Yeah, and Destiny is pushing hard to try and get Hassan banned. Wow, really? Is it 2024, 2023, 2022, 2021, 2020? What year is it? Thank you for the info. Anyway, like, it seemed like it was pretty dumb. The panel... Can I see the panel? Twitch panel Arab Sabra? What would I... The VOD has been taken down. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. Oh my god, there's a bunch of articles on this. Who dilly? Who dilly? Streaming site Twitch accused of unchecked anti-Semitism, anti-Israel bias. Thank you, Times of Israel. Love that these things are equated. Popular live streamers ranked each other on a scale of Arab to Jew. Are they Arab coded? Ask Perms thinks it's a slur. Wasn't the name of the slur something like Habibi tier list? And it's like can you say it or something? The Habibi pass? It's not Arab to Jew, that's a lie. Well, yeah, it's the Times of Israel. Ethan Klein lied against himself. Arabs and our guest did a tier list where good equals Arab, Jew equals bad, which is what happened. Our tier list was who has Habibi Pass, which is a meme tier list we did with a variety of creators. Here's a clip with the context. Okay, hold on. Where am I? Not putting Hassan up top when he's a Turk and complicit in the genocide of the Kurds. This fucked up. I would have the pass. I'm not here because I'd be higher up.
All right.
But we are going to tier list them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
And also, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy.
I will say, by the way, I want to be clear. This is like a profoundly retarded bit to pull. In this environment, you're not Kick streamers, man. You're Twitch streamers. It is a remarkably, and normally when people say tone deaf, what they mean is like, oh, you're being insensitive. My concern here isn't insensitivity. It's just like a read the room, look at how aggressively, look at how polarized the environment is. You know, you have to be careful. There are a lot of like actual anti-Semites out there. I'm not saying it's these guys or whatever. I'm just saying like it's it's good to provide yourself a good buffer of plausibility when it comes to, oh no, I'm not like being anti-Semitic, I'm being anti-Israel, because being anti-Israel is based and being anti-Semitic is cringe. So it's good to try to employ, like, to behave in a way that keeps a very strong line between those two things. They know they're lying. Sabra only means hummus. They're just blatantly dog whistling IMO. I can't really comment on this because I don't know. Like I see that Sabra means modern Hebrew term that defines any Jew born in Israel. I see this. I understand this. But I don't know enough about like the frequency with which the term is used in this context versus the hummus brand context to like comment on that. I guess it's kind of a vibes thing.
Guys, like, can I say it? Is it a slur?
Is it okay? Am I allowed
You know
to?
what I'm saying? And then you have thinks it's a slur, where it's like a white person that really they're like, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm so sorry. And then love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Yeah,
It's
they're not allowed to
basically-
say it.
It's basically like you can't say it, and if you say it, you're literally hate criming us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which
Okay.
is the perfect transition to our first person, Hassan.
Arab coded, but kind of
Why?
ask permission. I don't know.
The fuck is
I
this?
think
He thinks
ask
it's a slur
permission.
or ask for permission.
Ask
yeah.
permission. I feel like
I don't mean it in a bad way, but I feel like he just likes Sabra.
you have.
Like I feel like he goes to the store. He's like, oh,
Honestly, that's bait.
She also said American soldiers deserve PTSD. Who the fuck cares? Who's talking about this? You can't talk about any drama or analyze any event or like comment on it without people being like, did you know that like actually there's a whole depth of drama about all these people that I will now drip feed you with no context whatsoever? I don't give a shit.
We need to put it in love Sabra.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
the
yeah,
other
yeah,
people are in there derogatory, but he's in there just like neutral.
Yeah, Jinxie loves Sabra, not derogatory.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Mike.
He's like, no, I really fuck with Sabra. I'm not gonna.
love it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That's why we put you on the Sabra category. Sabra's
hate
not
her.
hummus, dude.
You hate.
Aren't they? Well, it sounds like they're talking about it in a hummus context. Like, again, I don't know enough about how the term is used to evaluate. Like, the part of the point of a dog whistle is that it's difficult to, like, snap judgment that shit. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I maintain that it's a stupid thing to do either way. Like, I would try to maintain that line a lot better. It's like saying likes watermelon or drinks Kool-Aid. Really? So like the Sabra hummus brand, like if somebody said, oh, they like the Sabra hummus, that would be like I don't think that's true. I think you just drew that comparison because they're food. Like what's the relationship there? Food? Is Sabra's like a kosher hummus brand or so? It's like Israeli. It's like an Israeli brand. So it's like an Israeli thing, but it can also refer to like Israeli Jews. Okay. Sabra means Jew born in Israel. I understand that. We just had the Wikipedia page. Oh, okay. You guys just don't want me to talk about it. You're just going to do this? You've all, like, already run the drama circuit. I come here after a nice day of cleaning my house. I went on a walk, it's a nice day, and I try to talk about it, and everyone's like, hold on! You don't have permission to talk about that yet. As somebody who has consumed 18 hours of analysis on this drama, I have very strong opinions, and if you don't adhere to them, then I'm gonna fucking assume that you fully side with the opposition. Which is, in this case, the ADL, I suppose. Calm down. It's a month-old TwitchCon panel? I assumed it was like, it just happened, based on the way it's being talked about. Ian G, that's the first sensible thing you've ever said. the Stop Anti-Semitism account never actually goes after anti-Semitism. They only go after pro-Palestinian people. Literally, like the AIPAC, like Robinson versus his opposition kind of deal, you know? We know what they're about. ADO literally defines being anti-Israel as anti-Semitic. They're mad now because of the Asmongold ban and fairness? Yeah, yeah. The dog whistle is that it's colonizer hummus, not genuine Middle Eastern hummus. I don't think that's the dog whistle. I think that's the intended point of the comparison. Yeah, that's the out loud point. That's the human whistle. On October 20th, Frogan issued an apology on Twitter, writing, "The U.S. military has conducted some of the most horrific crimes against humanity in these countries. My anger is directed at individuals who are currently championing the war crimes." Wait, this is Frogan saying that she hopes that U.S. soldiers get PTSD. Not the Twitch panel. Unless, did she say that at the Twitch panel? Is it this?
For any fucking soldiers. I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
26 million views on a sentiment about the U.S. military that is older than anyone who viewed it. Disgusting human being? I mean, maybe, but not for this. Hyperbolic rhetoric expressing hatred for soldiers? The fuck cares? Just edgy.
You know? I do the ones the ones I'm like whatever about.
This is no edgier than shit that has been said by everyone involved in this. Hassan, Destiny. I guess I don't watch Denims. I don't know. Like, this is 26 million views?
The U.S. soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. I'm like a Tom. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. So the U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, fuck imperialism. Fuck this. You don't deserve the PTSD. But like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you.
Wait, seriously? This is like 26 million view worthy? She's even like, if you've learned and regret what you did in the U.S. military, I'm not targeting you, but if you're there like enthusiastically, are you fucking kidding me? This is like. I mean, this is significantly less pointed than like Hassan's America deserved 9/11 thing, which I assume in this community we all understand with its intended meaning. I don't know. This is wild to me. She also tweeted out explicit support for Hamas during October 7th. She's genuinely evil and deserves permanent deplatforming. I'm just going to take a wild guess, Rippy, that you probably don't think people should be permanently banned from Twitch for supporting the IDF, which is like not only allowed on Twitch, but is institutionally accepted in all of society, except for college campuses, even though the IDF has killed like substantially more people. whataboutism. That's not whataboutism at all, actually. It's an extremely point. That's not like a random point. I bet you don't get mad when homeless people die in the street. No, that's not like a what about. That's like a very pointed, Yeah, it's an exactlyism. It's because she wears a hijab. Yeah, no, like, let's not be stupid. It's obviously because she's like a... Why the fuck does she live in America? That seems like a... Makes America, love it or leave it. I wonder what the general sentiment of the responses are. The clip is cut out of context. She said the PTSD part about soldiers who purely go for the money. I think she just said that, didn't she?
Like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, fuck imperialism. Fuck this. You don't deserve the PTSD. But like any other motherfucker, you're doing them. You're like, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD.
Is that like seriously? This is like the super edgy. If you join the military so that you can like just get the bag or whatever, like a Arab woman whose people are currently being mulched through Western imperialism, like hope you get PTSD for what you do. This is literally just like basic ACAB sentiment. You all are charged the fuck up on this drama. Sure, but it's against TOS. I'm not talking about Twitch TOS. I'm talking about 26 million fucking views on Twitter. That's insane. Holy shit. I don't even like Frogan. I'm pretty sure every time I've talked about her, it's been negative. She sure as shit doesn't like me. Yeah, that's true, Thana. You get the lib whiplash that has been infecting the Reddit for years, where like people's number one priority is... It's the same way that tankies are like, number one priority, I'm not a liberal. And then there are liberals in my community being like, number one priority, I'm not like those tankies. I'm like a Bernie Sanders kind of socialist, you know? I think that taxes should be 1% higher, and I think that we should have single-payer healthcare. That's where my ambitions end. I'm not like those people who... I'm not like those people who take it too far. I'm not like those people who insult our veterans. Okay. All right. Bro, did you just say you don't support our troops?
Clap so that you can make sure that there's actually humans in the room.
Good job.
What the fuck?
Is this true? Am I the most Arab streamer? I don't think I'm the most Arab streamer.
I feel like my dad is the most Arab streamer.
Yeah, easily.
Seconds, and you were like,
I was like, I don't know how to. I was like, is this like a hate crime or is this like a compliment?
and I look at Frog and I was like, I wish someone walked by me and be like, oh, Leonardo DiCaprio, like, what?
In my list.
I think
You gotta pick someone else.
we're trying not to.
We got Miskiff.
Miss Kiss.
Whoa, yeah.
I guess my thought on this is that if they said something super egregious and dog whistly, somebody would have already shown me that clip. That's the main thing that I've learned from drama. When people show me something and they're like, no, like they were bad, and then the clip that I see doesn't look that bad, but like maybe could be bad with some additional context, they would have provided the additional context, right? Like they would have sent me that. They would have been like, yeah, and here's the really bad thing they said. Everyone would be screaming about it. Yeah, it's a targeted campaign right now against pro-Palestinian / anti-Israel voices on Twitch. People like Drew Pavlo posting old clips from Hassan trying to get him banned. Yeah, like don't be suckered. Regardless of how you might feel about anything that's said or any of the people involved, this is exclusively like a campaign for fascists to get pro-Palestinians banned. Like that's it. The only actual political weight here is reactionaries, fascists, Zionists, but I repeat myself, you know, like collaborating to try to find any excuse they can. And if you fall for it, you're a sucker and an idiot and no ally of mine. I'll say that much. You know, don't be a fucking moron, okay? If there's a black content creator who you don't like, let's just take everyone's favorite punching bag in this channel, Professor Flowers, sure. And you see, oh, there's drama against her because she kind of did something a little bit like she said something a little about white people, but the drama is entirely like Nazis dogpiling her. If you engage with that drama with the like, yeah, she is terrible, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking moron. That's all I gotta say. What are you sipping? Coffee. And that's all I got to say about that. Hey, Comrade Robin, I don't know why you keep showing me H3H3 videos. What else is on the docket today? That wasn't on the docket. I didn't know any of this. You all assaulted me with it as soon as I started stream. I start stream and I wanted to talk about the nice walk that I had. Oh, I got a lot of like chores done. Oh, I cleaned the countertops and I rearranged the appliances that we have on the kitchen counter, and I did that and I did this. And then chat, and I found the cute silk scarf that I got in Barcelona. And then people in chat are like, "Hey! Hey!" I get it. Do you like the new KSI song? I like my KSI drippy, bro. Tulsi switch parties. What a surprise. Are we done with drama? I don't know. Are you guys? Did you see the Bernie's theme or whatever from Zenless Zone Zero? Genuinely the worst thing I've ever heard or seen. That's pretty hyperbolic. I did actually hear it. I saw it on Twitter. It's definitely not the worst thing out there. I will say, however, it does suck. It's, as far as I can tell, that game is just Gooner bait, and it just makes me wish that Gooners had better taste, you know? I feel like we had a rare one with Nier Automata, where we had a game with a high peak Gooner element that was well executed enough that people engaged with it outside the circle of hyper hardcore anime jerk-off fans, you know? Because there was a level of tastefulness to it. I understand that's silly to say, like, oh, you know, she self-destructs, her ass shows through the skirt or whatever. I get it. But, like, at the same time, the tastefulness was present. And then I look at the ZZZ stuff, and it's like, this is literally just... It looks like fan works. It looks like the kind of stuff you'd expect a community to make, like, about the game, you know? Kind of fucked up. Yeah, you people are weak to it. Nier and Bayonetta are the only good Gooner games I can think of. Bayonetta's not a Gooner game at all. This is like a nudity versus sexuality kind of deal. The game is like highly sexual. It's not a Gooner game. No one jerks off while playing Bayonetta, okay? No one's like watching the high octane jazzy music while she's backflip killing an angel while jerking. Like, that's just, the game doesn't try to engage you on that level. Big disagree? No, you don't. You're just being needlessly contrarian. You don't disagree. You've never jerked off to Bayonetta while playing the game. You're a liar. You're a liar. You people are all liars. You just say shit. I try to make a point, and what do you do with it? You're like, no, it'd be funny if I disagreed. Well, you're hilarious. You're busting a gut. Did you see that Walls called Musk a dipshit live at a rally? Yes, and I'm trying to think of a funny way to say shut the fuck up about it. We'll get to it when we get to it. Holy! Did you hear about this? Did you hear about that? Shut up! God! I had a relaxing day. You people are insane. No, I mean it. I'll start handing out the damn 30 days. Okay? Holy shit. Literally, like, just to chill in the chat. Like, every fourth message is, did you hear about this? Did you hear about this? We're going to be here for 5 hours. You'll have plenty of time to convey the information to me. But in the meantime, shut the fuck up. Please. We need an intervention to help Vosh with his anger issues. Stuff like this helps. You hear about the beautiful walk you had. It really was a very nice day today. It's a very, very, very nice day today. Why do people even want games to have borderline port in them? You can literally just get that anywhere else on the internet. You know what it reminds me of? Way back in the day, I remember there were custom maps in StarCraft Brood War where you would do tank defense of a map. Like you would set up siege tanks and the choke points to destroy the waves of Zerg. And every time you beat a wave, a little bit more of the mini-map would get unveiled by, like the map trigger would start to unveil bits of the mini-map. And it would unveil like the image in the mini-map of like a naked lady. But like drawn in StarCraft Brood War's 1999 minimap pixel art. So it's like maybe at most a 32 by, no, probably like 64 by 64 image or something like that. I think that was mostly a novelty thing. I mean, those games weren't very good. They weren't very good custom maps to begin with. I don't know. How was your walk? Genuinely curious. I actually, I wish I had walked in my new boots because they've been broken in now and they're pretty comfy. I put the leather protection on, so you know, they would have been fine in the, you know, the temperate fall weather through the puddles and stuff. Renulius, you have to let it go. Damn, you've been around for a while. This shit has broken people's brains, man. It's fucked up. You are bald. Stupid. Every bisexual I know loves Genshin. Whoa, don't do bisexuals like that, okay? Come on. Come on, come on, come on. You know it's only going to get worse, right? Like, I'm not trying to be grim. We have literally deployed troops to Israel to man extremely expensive, rare, anti-ballistic missile batteries. You know, the State Department anticipates that Israel is going to strike Iran sometime right before the election. It's only going to get worse. And I want to make it clear, by the way, like, anti-Semitism is a serious issue, and I've always taken it seriously. I've, like, literally, even back in, you know, 2019, like, I was always beating the drum on, listen, you know, if you look at the stats, like, hate crimes against Jews are actually, really disproportionate, you know? Like, it's a real issue. And I have always managed to balance that pretty well with fucking despising Israel, a position I have also famously held for my entire career. This line, to me, is clear as day. I understand that in the muck of online discourse, it can be difficult to tell where people settle. And I do agree that sometimes people like Hassan, you know, engage in irresponsible rhetoric. For the most part, though, I think it's pretty fucking clear what he's saying, right? Like, I don't think it's that tough. You people are spoiled. You have me, okay? Not everyone's the Rizzler, okay? Hassan put some of his points, some of his stat allocation into being a 6'3.5" model, all right? I'm just saying. You know, and Frogan puts her damn foot in her mouth. So, pretty often, I'd say. And that's being charitable, I'd also say. That's being charitable. All I can really say is that, like, there is a genocide going on right now. There is a war right now between Israel and Lebanon, and Western media is completely complicit in silence over it. They are not calling it a war. They are talking about things that happen in a war, like Israeli tanks move in and bombing and Beirut on fire and civilian casualties. They're not calling it a war. They haven't said Israel invaded Lebanon, even though they objectively have by any definition of the word invasion. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse with Iran. In this environment, I just want to encourage people to please be careful with falling in with the people who would, let me be clear here, would mulch you under an IDF, bulldozer. Like, I promise you, this is not about, like, Jews and ambiguously anti-Semitic leftists. This is about fascists using anti-Semitism as a shield so that they can continue to get away with literally anything. Like right now, Israel has faced no consequences whatsoever. They have only been encouraged, armed. We continue to give them money. We continue to give them weapons. Every red line they've crossed, Biden has gone, whoa, what red line? What did I promise? What? No major operation Rafah. Well, a bunch of tanks in the city square isn't a major operation, is it? So just keep that in mind, please, okay? Actually, they withheld some weapons for a bit. They withheld 2,000-pound bombs specifically for a bit and then unwithheld it. The one weapon that could never be used for a precision strike, and the Biden administration relented. How many liberals do you have here that you need to clarify? It's not just liberals. It's also that there are a lot of people in my community who are, for better or worse, largely because of me, polarized against the wrong kinds of liberals, or sorry, the wrong kinds of leftists. And sometimes I think it can motivate them to act more on their desire to be smarter than those groups than like an underlying sense of moral obligation that drives their decision making. That's all. I'm not anti-tanky, I'm just anti-Redditor. I'm anti-tanky and anti-Redditor. I managed to balance both of these plates. Yeah, literally intelligent donkey, 100%. Yeah, and to repeat, like, for those in the back of the class, as Intelligent Donkey said, unironically supporting Hamas, a pretty dumb thing to say, I would say, is morally defensible, more so at least, than supporting Israel. Like, literally. It's a numbers game, man. You can take that down to the math. It's a pretty easy calculation. So even the, like, heinous position of just flatly supporting Hamas is objectively vastly less harmful than supporting the IDF, a position that is held at every level of power in this country and many others. So just understand the stakes involved, man. Palestinians do not have like shooters out here the way fucking Israel does. Who's in Israel's camp? The entire fucking Western hegemon. And who's in the Palestinian camp? Like, a lot of civilians, admittedly. Institutionally, I got videos on that Banana Manihota guy. You think more libs will start supporting Palestine if Trump wins? Unironically, probably, yeah. You know? Because then it'll be like Trump coded. Oh, 1 second. Let me nip that one in the bud. That individual is not well. Sippers? Yeah, it's my 4th cup of coffee today. I feel like my beard is, like, incorrectly shaped. Sam Cedar said the exact same thing as he was on this exact topic earlier today about how we've hit a point where Israel supporters have to do a lot of denial of reality just to continue justifying their beliefs. I mean, it's basically the same thing that we've seen with MAGA, right? Where, like, there was a point in time where people's support for Israel could be, like, they're not really engaged with the situation. They don't really know what's going on that well, but they buy in with the, like, you know, it protects Jews or whatever. But now, 1 year after October 7th, people who are, people out there defending Israel, I mean, they have to be, like, pretty in the sauce. A lot of broken families because of Zionism too. Yeah. Why are you dressed up like Teddy Roosevelt in the Amazon? I don't know how to engage with you guys because you just say shit. Honestly, it's not that far off. It's a military overshirt, so. Oh, thanks, Alex. Why are you so hot? Why are you so muted? I like the double pockets. Thank you. They're common to overshirts. How do I deal with my family when they all think the UN is secretly Hamas? I have no fucking idea. Gosh, I've noticed you're wearing a shade of brown. Why do you dress like Freddy Fazbear? That's what it's like in this parkour civilization. No one takes the 1-block vertical jump to ask a sincere question. Have you seen Parkour Civilization or just the clip? I saw the whole thing. Not only did I see it and then followed it up and watched PvP Civilization. It's fucking cinema. It's a damn masterpiece. What's the cobalt and burnt orange thing? It's a... Excuse me. Drinking the coffee pretty quickly. It's a silk scarf that I got in Barcelona. This is the first time I've worn it. I was cleaning today and I saw it and it occurred to me that I've never worn it. Can't even follow this shit you guys are saying. Do you think Barcelona will stop existing? I'm muting you for an hour for being nonsensical. There are consequences. If you said that to people, like in person, like at a party, They would all look at you like you're weird. I'm looking at you like you're weird. I just also have the ability to mute you for an hour. Wasting my damn time. What's this about Pokimane and Valkyrie talking to Bernie Sanders? Is it true that Progressive Victory set this up? I got an email from them, and they were like, check this out. Valkyrie's still streaming on the same... Oh yeah, the Bernie Sanders stream. They got him in for an hour. He talked to a damn VTuber? Oh, this is... delightful.
Okay, 2 is... All right. I wonder if Bernie...
lies all of the time. He's vulgar.
Oh, I believe... Let's see here. Once he gets his camera on, showing that he's muted right now. Hey, Senator Sanders, how are you?
All right. Good.
How are you, Senators? Good. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you on here live on Twitch. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Austin Show. I'm a Twitch streamer. You guys want to introduce yourself? Pokey, Saikuno?
Mr. Sanders, my name's Pokey. So nice to meet you. I'm a big fan, as you can tell.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
And
hello,
go
Mr.
ahead, Saikuno.
Sanders. I'm Saikuno. Normally, I have a regular camera, but I have a skin condition, so I'm using this avatar. You know,
What a time to be alive, man. What a time to be alive. It's great.
what a VTuber is?
Learn the
Wait.
results of the
Important issues. No.
No,
That's
I'm
all right.
the first one.
Yeah, it's the first.
VTuber is.
Okay.
Have you heard of a VTuber before?
Nope.
No.
No,
That's
I'm
all right.
the first one.
He didn't even register the first question as like a question direct. It's like nonsense to him, you know? Look, man, okay, Bernie Sanders might be progressive now, but he's a, you know, East Coast Jewish grandpa. He could live for another 20 years. If we want him to stay progressive in the future, we need to make sure that he keeps up with all the, you know, the happenings. I've never felt more cringe in my life. That's because you're weak.
Yeah, it's the first
Ooh,
one.
Thank you
Senator
so much
Sanders.
for supporting VTubers.
It's when I have this animated profile or icon.
That's me.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's believe me,
You're
I
looking good.
understand. Yeah, it's
Looking
looking
very
good. Yeah, Senator.
So my own view is we should look at the rest of the industrialized world. They manage to guarantee healthcare to all as a human right. We should do the same. I'm leading the effort of what we call Medicare for all, to expand Medicare, not just to the elderly.
Remember when people were talking about Medicare for all as a serious policy position? And now the main question is like, how much genocide are we going to do? And will we be killing all Mexicans in this country? Like, I feel like the conversation is really degraded quite a bit.
But to every man, woman, and child in this country.
It's insane to me that we live in the United States of America. This is a state of our healthcare. I went to an emergency room, Senator Sanders, in Florida.
Wait, is Hank Green here? Oh. Solved.
Mark, again, it's amazing. So you're doing a fundraiser.
No, wait,
Where-
that's not Hank Green. That's Mark Hamill. I'm sorry. People earlier said that Mark Hamill shows up. Where's Hank Green? I guess he's not in this section of the VOD. It does say Hank Green in the title. I'm easy to confuse, okay? It's not on this edit. Hank shows up after Mark leaves. It's too many names. Can't keep it all track in my head. Can't keep it all track in my head. Maybe I should end stream early today. You will be sorry if you spam that text every 10 minutes, Abdal. Are you going to play the new Silent Hill? No. All right. Speaking of where we're at in this country, Americans split on the idea of putting immigrants in militarized camps. That's great. Share who say they support rounding up undocumented immigrants and putting them into militarized camps. 47% of people overall, 79% of Republicans, 47% of independents, and 22% of Democrats. That's crazy. White evangelical Protestants are the most likely to want to put people in militarized camps. No surprises there. Then white Catholic, then white mainline Protestant, then black Protestant, then Hispanic Catholic, and then unaffiliated. So every religious group is more likely than religiously unaffiliated groups to want to do concentration camps. Hmm. And people wonder why FDR put the Japanese into camps. Apparently America loves this shit. We love this shit. What's their sample size? I don't fucking... Shut up, nerd. Nerd! You'd think having an immigrant wife would change your view at least a tad. No relation. There are lots of Nazis who have crushes on black girls, okay? Says right there, 5.3 thousand people. That is true, it does say that. Yeah, you think conservatives love their wives? I think the important takeaway is that 82% of people who watch Fox News thinks we should, versus 44% of people who don't watch TV. The 44% isn't good, but the 82% is insane. Yeah, Fox News should be, like, banned. Seditious media. Yeah, I wonder how this would all shake out. You know? I still feel like this is one of those things where Americans are okay with the concept because in their mind, because they're morons, when they hear the question, they think like, oh, the police would arrest all of the MS-13 migrant gangs, you know? Like the, you know, Tren de Aragua. It would arrest them and put them into, they would arrest them for the crimes they've done. And then in reality, it would be like, actually, our economy collapses because half the jobs of the southern border states are done by illegal immigrants, and our agricultural system collapses, and all the restaurants fall apart, and everything falls apart, and people are getting, like, black-bagged in the night. Oh, thank you. Also, like, all the migrants suffer. I mean, you know. Tomatoes end up costing $6 each. Maybe that's for the best. Oh, to be sure, Will from PA. 100%. So that's why you're called Will from PA, because you're from PA. You better have voted. I still blame the Democrats for this. The same PRRI survey found the country is growing more conservative on immigration policy. 52% of respondents say they favor allowing immigrants brought illegally into the U.S. as children to gain legal resident status, a 10-point decrease from when it was asked in 2018. That decrease is almost entirely down to the Democrats allowing the the discourse to shift. They're pro-immigrant when Trump is in power. When Biden's in power, they turn on their heel. They start repeating the same damn shit. Like fucking 22% of Democrats. Older racist Dems and tankies, I'd wager. What the fuck are you talking about? What category do both of these people belong in? Like in the same group? The 22%? Why would tankies want to deport? Doesn't make any damn sense. See what I mean? No, Thana, you're right. Can someone define tanky? Not anyone in this chat, I can tell you that much. Mods, carry that chatter outside. Does this just translate to percentage racist people? I mean, yeah, in a lot of cases. But the migrant crime paranoia isn't exclusively a racist phenomena. And there are lots of racist Democrats who are fine with immigrants. You know, it's not a one-to-one. The Democrats have allowed this messaging to get a lot more mainstream. Rather than a partisan issue, now both parties are united in their war against the non-existent wave of migrant crime. Yeah, millions of dead raccoons. You're completely correct. You know, it starts with, we need to deport these people. The plan number one is rarely, let's kill them all. You know, that's usually plan number 2 or 3, a final plan you might gesture at. I still don't think we're going to do like a mass execution in this country. I just don't think we have the sauce for it. But I don't know, man. I mean, think of how aggressively mainstream media has been running cover for Israel. It's not like they couldn't do that for the camps, you know? They would put all those people in the camps and they would die or get raped or have their stuff stolen. And, you know, the media wouldn't cover it. And if you talked about it, you would be called like, you know, MS-13 sympathizer. What the fuck even is MS-13? You could have Googled that. To be fair, mainstream media has been carrying water for Israel for decades. It was understood to be the American way, so this shift doesn't come easily to them. Fucking loud-ass car, man. I've seen tanky Reddit mods rant about how Ukraine is filled with Nazis and Russia is just defending itself. How Trump might be the lesser. Okay, they're not a voting group. Tankies don't. They're not real. You have to go outside. They're not like a real component of electoral politics. They don't vote. They're not in it. They're not even voting age. The migrant crime hype is insanely successful, just like the trans nonsense. Like, I bet people are more scared of trans people despite there being like 4 in each state. They're all crowded in Seattle. I mean, the Democrats have like moved back on the pro-trans messaging as well, you know? Like Biden, the Biden administration, the White House saying they don't favor gender affirming surgery for minors after previously supporting that position. Spineless motherfuckers. Why are people in chat still talking about tankies? They were literally never a part of the we at no point during this have we been talking about in this segment tanky. I don't know why people are talking about them. It's the poll? Nuts! Stop distracting them. They're feeble-minded. I said I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, be better. God willing, River Wang. When I fire my revolver at my stupid chud son's feet to make him dance. He's such a fucking retard, man. Living his best life. Is he? Word on the street is that he's fucking miserable. He wears such shit clothes for a billionaire? That's what I'm saying. He looks like a fridge magnet. He really does. He really does. What do we got on the docket? Oh, yeah, you know, maybe poorly timed since earlier a bunch of people in chat were triggered by the idea of wishing PTSD upon soldiers. But you guys see that that CNN article about how mentally taxing it is for IDF soldiers to turn Palestinian civilians into marinara sauce? The former soldier has spoken publicly about the psychological trauma endured by Israeli troops in Gaza. In a testimony to Knesset, Israel's parliament in June, Zaken said that on many occasions soldiers had to run over terrorists, dead and alive in the hundreds. He had the bulldozer. He was the bulldozer driver. You know? Where they just ran over a bunch of people and then later humanitarian orgs found like tons and tons of dead people in the rubble. Pretty crazy. The fuck is with the perspective on this image? I mean, the Nazis had this problem with their death squads eventually. They started having mental breakdowns for the mass death. Isn't that part of the reason why they started using the gas chambers? The gas chambers weren't like strat number 1. It would have been simpler to just use bullets. People were getting depressed, killing all the, you know, homosexuals and union leaders and Jews and such. So they were like, let's depersonalize it. That's also why they started using Jews to man the chambers. Yeah. Nice, Bolshevik. 500,000 phone calls from the phone bank today. If I recall correctly, Eichmann was given leave not to inspect the gas trucks by his superiors because he fainted from it. He saw people die. Nice passive language, yeah. He was driving a D9 bulldozer, a 62-ton armored vehicle that can withstand bullets and explosives. He was a civilian for most of his life, working as a manager at an Israeli construction company. After witnessing the massacres committed by Hamas, he felt the need to fight, Jenny told CNN. Perfect. It's like a stereotype. A small business tyrant motivated to kill civilians after. Like, this is very much like, oh, 9/11 happened. I will personally kill Arab children, you know? The reservist spent 186 days in the enclave until he sustained injuries to his knee. I've heard that one before. Followed by hearing damage in February when an RPG struck his vehicle. He was pulled out of Gaza for treatment, and in April he was diagnosed with PTSD, receiving weekly talk therapy. The treatment did not help. I don't know, man. I feel like maybe the ghost should haunt you. I'm sorry. There's a limit, okay? To me, it's a skill issue where it's like the ghosts of dead Arab children haunt you. Simply do as I have done and never kill an Arab child. I'm ghostless. Everything squirts out, he added. Zaken said he can no longer eat meat, as it reminds him of the gruesome scenes he witnessed from his bulldozer in Gaza, and struggles to sleep at night, the sound of explosions ringing in his head. When you see a lot of meat outside and blood, both ours and theirs, then it really affects you when you eat, he told CNN, referring to bodies as meat. That's very normal. This is like a normal thing in war. I remember Operation Desert Storm when we had our bulldozer brigade, who just, like, did the Austin Powers, you know, roller equipment murder to a bunch of people. Yeah, the meat fields of Fallujah. Exactly. Fallujah? Fallujah? I don't actually know how that's pronounced. I don't know if I've ever heard that spoken out loud. Fallujah? Am I close? Is it Ja? So it's pronounced Ja? Okay, Fallujah. Gotcha. Okay. Fallujah. He maintains the vast majority of those he encountered were terrorists. I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. The civilians we saw, we stopped and brought them water to drink, and we let them eat from our food, he recalled, adding that even in such situations, Hamas fighters would shoot at them. So there is no such thing as citizens, he said, referring to the ability with Hamas fighters to blend with civilians. This is terrorism. Remarkable. Even in the CNN article that's meant to be, like, protecting these guys. Literally, yeah, I only rolled over terrorists, but, you know, not civilians. But then again, there are no civilians. They're all terrorists because you can never tell who is or isn't a terrorist. So actually, yeah, I don't know how bad I feel about the PTSD. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm just not feeling that sympathetic. The writer of this article has not evoked sympathy in me. How fucking gullible do they think people are? Sometimes the impression that I get, and I'm not kidding, is that the people writing these articles fucking despise the IDF, and they're trying to see what they can get past the like censors and the editors who are all like beholden to Zionist interests. So they're like, oh, no, we're going to like talk about the PTSD suffered by IDF soldiers. After mulching indeterminately terroristic squads of humans into a big bloody pile of meat, you know, so-and-so says he feels bad at night sometimes. Quoted him, yeah, we never ran over any civilians, but really there are no civilians. They're all like Arabs, right? Sheesh. Benjamin, I don't know why you Benjamin, that's literally what the Nazis said at Nuremberg. IDF soldiers aren't compelled to do what they do. The guy at the beginning literally enlisted. He chose to. I think Benjamin was being ironic. Maybe. You have to be forgiving to me. I can't tell. It's just text. I wasn't. I'm dumb. We know. I mean, the difference is that, like, in the Wehrmacht, if you were, like, conscripted, and if you abandoned your post, they would shoot you. I'm pretty sure in the IDF, you can just, like, sit at base and jerk off. It seems like the IDF can do whatever they want. Did you see all those people who were, like, protesting against going to Lebanon because Hezbollah actually shoots back and they would rather spend their time mulching Palestinian babies? I don't, it's like, remember when some IDF soldiers were arrested for, like, doing the rapes in the camp and everyone knows for a fact they did it, and then they were, like, broken out with their own little fucking J6? That was fake news? Oh, them protesting against going and fighting Lebanon? I saw the tweet, but I thought I read an article that was saying, like, IDF pressure. Maybe the tweet was fake news. And the reality is, like, a lesser version of that. I could see that. Despite this, civilians in Gaza have been repeatedly killed in large numbers, including when sheltering in areas the military itself designated as safe zones. I genuinely feel like articles like this are more effective pro-Palestinian propaganda than any actual pro-Palestinian article could be, because the horrors described in them make Israel look so bad. But the fact that it's, like, nominally pro-Israel makes it even more sickening. You know what I mean? Like, it's like a deliberate effort to make you feel disgusted at the tone that they're using to convey the information that they're conveying, if that makes any sense. The mental health toll in Gaza is likely to be enormous. Yeah? Yeah, that tracks, Masagui. I mean, a ton of the people in the Pentagon and State Department fucking despise Israel. It's just that it's the political end of things that are, like, preventing it. What's the general opinion of the average Israeli? They're Hitler. Unfortunately. I don't want to read all this. This is why I never learned to read. Literacy was a mistake. Literally, see, passages like this really make me think that the authors are pro-Palestinian. After, like, multiple paragraphs describing the horrific treatment of Palestinians, Netanyahu has described Hamas as the new Nazis, and U.S. President Joe Biden has said that the ancient hatred of Jews endorsed by the Nazis was brought back to life on October 7th. I genuinely feel like, I mean, maybe Zionists are so mentally cooked that they would read this as unironic support, but it genuinely feels like this is somebody typing and, like, seething, you know? Like they're typing through gritted teeth. Oh yeah, the anti-Netanyahu protests are not pro-Palestinian protests, Kyle Reese. Yeah, they're just anti-Bibi. For doing too ineffective a job of mulching Palestinians, no doubt. Speaking of speaking of bad things, do you like that segue? CNN did a whole bit with this one. Hundreds of elderly political donors, including those with dementia, have fallen victim to Republican and Democratic political campaigns and groups. As we get further into the article, it's going to become so clear that this is more of a Republican problem than a Democrat problem, but obviously because it's CNN, they have to open with like, yeah, we're not partisan, actually. Hitler and, Roosevelt have both had policies that, grew to be unpopular. Oh, this is like a whole thing. I didn't see the... Oh my God. Donations an 80-year-old former engineer made to Republican political groups from 2022 to 2024. In September 2022, he made his first dono through WinRed, a $250 contribution to Ron Johnson for Senate. In just over a month, he had donated 344 times, giving over $10,000. What the fuck? That's 10 times a day. By December 5th, he had donated over 2,000 times, totaling more than 100,000. On March 6th, he donated 57 times with one donation as small as 25 cents, several as large as 100. I'm sorry, 57 times just on March 6th. Gotcha. How? I'm guessing that he's not mentally well. That would be my guess. Yeah. The 80-year-old communications engineer from Texas had saved for decades, driving around in an old car and buying clothes from thrift stores so he'd have enough money to enjoy his retirement years. But as dementia robbed him of his reasoning abilities, he began to make online political donations over and over again, eventually telling his son he believed he was part of a network of political operatives communicating with key Republican leaders. In less than 2 years, the man became one of the country's largest grassroots supporters of the Republican Party, ultimately giving away nearly $500,000 to former President Donald Trump and other candidates. Now the savings account he spent his whole life building is practically empty. More than 1,000 reports filed with government agencies and consumer advocacy groups reviewed by CNN, along with an analysis of campaign finance data and interviews with dozens of contributors and their family members, show how deceptive political fundraisers have victimized hundreds of elderly Americans and misled those battling dementia or other cognitive impairments. Okay. Can I make a recommendation that sounds like a joke, but I kind of think it's real? I think that you should go to your grandparents' house and unplug their internet and phone. I literally, like, it's one of those under-discussed issues, and a lot of people roll their eyes at it because they don't understand the scope of the problem because they're young and internet savvy, so they're not getting caught up in it. But there is legitimately like a 40 to 50% chance that you have an elderly relative who has within the past month fallen victim to a phishing scam or has been taken advantage of financially in some way or another. You know? Like, it is so widespread. And they probably shouldn't be able to drive either, but that's a That's a different conversation. Now, my grandparents are dead. That's true. That would also prevent them from getting scammed. You know how good AI generation is getting these days? They're cooked. It literally, anyone could like find your grandparents' number because they have it on Facebook or something, find your linked profile, get some photos of you, use it to build one of those live like 3D reconstruct a person's face like a FaceTime app kind of thing, call them with it and say like, hello, it's me, your child. I'm doing a replica of their voice because I saw a few videos of them on the timeline. Please give me $1,000. This could 100% happen to my grandpa. Yeah. This happened to my dad, not even joking. Yeah. That happened with a coworker of mine. It's insane. Yeah. People with dead grandparents should still unplug the internet just to be sure. You don't want their ghosts getting fished. This is crazy. And like, it should be clear, I'm only a little bit sympathetic to the old people here because I know that this is a dementia thing, but this is also a being a fascist thing, right? Like, I don't think dementia makes you donate $500,000 to fascists. I think that dementia influence the way in which he expressed probably pre-existing political biases. But even then, that's not even necessarily a guarantee. That's the fucked up thing. You could live your entire life having like a normal head, and then you turn 73 and you have trouble remembering what you had for breakfast that morning, and then you start being like really, really susceptible to certain types of messaging, and you just get really fearful from some news that you see online, and then like 6 months later, you're like, well, shit, you know, like my apartment block is next. Tren de Aragua is making their way north. Like I have to protect my grandchildren. I have to donate to Trump. Old age dementia is my biggest fear. That's why my phone can only be unlocked with a quick Sudoku puzzle, and if it ever takes me more than 30 seconds, the C4 that I have placed inside the phone case detonates and kills me instantly. If it's ever an issue, if I ever get a little bit too slow, I want to go out early. My 94-year-old grandpa says that if he ever gets dementia, he's going to kill himself. 94? He's already won. What do you mean? He's already victorious. I will remember to kill myself when I get dementia. It's like Memento. You have it like tattooed on the back of your hand, you know? You have a Sudoku puzzle tattooed on the back of your hand. You're like, do this every morning. If you can't use this, and taped to your palm, a Glock. Ah, very helpful. Keep going like that 23 years. Yeah, look at CNN pulling your fucking leg. Win Red has had nearly 7 times more FTC complaints than Act Blue. Thanks CNN. Democrats and Republicans have taken advantage of your elderly loved ones, but obviously, yeah, it's like much more on the right. Because obviously, like I'm sorry, if you have like 80-year-olds with dementia panic donating their savings away, who the fuck do you think they support? Like, come on. Have you ever, like, gotten bombarded with, like, Trump mailing list bullshit because someone signed you up for a mailing list, as often happens to me with my public email, or any other thing like that? You're getting, like, 17 emails a day. Like, listen, I'm Trump, and I need you, personally you, to join my team to destroy, you know, China. It's crazy. One 82-year-old woman who wore pajamas with holes in them because she didn't want to spend money on new ones didn't realize she had given Republicans more than $350,000 while living in a 1,000-square-foot Baltimore condo since 2020. Jesus. By the time a Taiwanese immigrant from California passed away from lung cancer this year at age 80, she had given away more than $180,000 to Trump's campaign and a litany of other Republican candidates, writing letters to candidates apologizing for not getting donos to them on time because she was going into heart surgery. This is how you make me feel when you donate and say shit like, hey man, going into grad school soon. Sorry, don't have enough to donate more. Hope you're doing well. And it's a $10 dono. This is how you make me feel, okay? Don't do that. She had only $250 in her bank account when she died, leaving her family scrambling to cover the cost of her funeral. And a 78-year-old, a widow who limited showers to save in her water bill and canceled her long-term care insurance, didn't understand why the retirement savings her husband had left her was dwindling so quickly. After CNN reached out to her family, they learned the woman had given more than $200,000 in donations to Democratic political groups and candidates. Yikes. I gotta say, I think that I think subscription should be illegal. I think I might be coming around to like the most radical version of this position. I think that subscriptions as a concept, any auto charging should be illegal. I think that like we should just bend the rules around utility payments and everything else that you have to pay monthly. Like, because I have auto pay set up for like everything basically, but like I could just pay it manually, you know? But like I'm a well-off, mentally competent, sometimes 30-year-old, you know? We shouldn't be structuring laws around something that saves me 60 seconds a month, you know? Like, how long would it take me to make those manual payments? Literally, like, sit down, da-da-da-da-da, 3 minutes, and I've done, like, utilities, blah-da-blah, everything, right? But then sometimes even if you're mentally competent, you lose track of subscriptions. Has anyone ever, have you, like, at any point gone through your bank statements and gone, what the fuck, Roku? When, and then you're like looking back with horror, and then for the past like 27 months, because like offhandedly you wanted to watch one show one time or something, you know? That's the entire Netflix model. Adobe is the devil with this. Yeah, I think that autopay should just be, fuck you. We'll get you. I don't feel bad at all with you, motherfucker. You earn it. You're paying your damn tithe. Tithe? Tithe? Tithe. That must be how it's pronounced. No. The 16th century peasant, my 12 children are sharing a bowl of gruel right now. You managed to keep 12? Your wife must have very wide hips to have kept so many through childbirth. You're blessed by the gods. Wait, by God. Sorry. I'm not a pagan! Don't burn me at the stake. I'm not a pagan. It was a slip-up. We're D&D posting. You ever get to that point where you've played so much D&D with your friends that you're offhandedly, you stop saying, like, by God or whatever, and you say by the gods? Maybe you've, like, watched too much Lord of the Rings shit or whatever, or too much fantasy, so it's just... Because I don't believe in the one God. I don't believe in the multiple or the one. It's just like an offhanded term for me, you know? By the 8. There are more and less soy versions of this. I'll own up to it. I'm a little soy sometimes. Gotta watch my cholesterol. I'm a grown-ass man now. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah, this harrowing reality. Really, though, I do think subscription payments should be illegal. I think that every single time your card is billed, there should be an active check. And I know that would be inconvenient in a lot of ways, but I think that it would only be inconvenient to most people, and for some people it could potentially be very, very good. So Vosh, you getting rid of auto-renew on your website? Joke's on you, that shit ain't worked in a while. Actually, I think it works very temperately, okay? Free trials that go straight to autopay are like the most predatory version of this. Okay, that, like, we can all agree that should be illegal, right? Like, that's the most obvious one possible for illegality. That's just evil. Like, your entire business model is people forget to cancel. Fuck you. Evil. Like, you should be arrested. What the hell? Donald Trump and other Republicans took in millions from the small sampling of vulnerable seniors. 6 million in contributions from just 52 elderly, unwitting donors. Whoo! That could have gone to you guys. You could have paid off your college debt. Can there be lawsuits over this? I mean, there have been complaints filed. That's kind of what this is about. The controversial features that fools many donors is a pre-checked box campaigns use to automatically authorize recurring donos. Donors don't often realize they need to uncheck that box. Yeah, having it auto-checked is, you know. Did click to cancel go through yet? Wasn't Biden going after junk fees? Didn't he go after junk fees? Yeah, that's pretty good. Click to cancel like just happened. His FTC is incredible. Unironically, if Trump wins, fuck, even if Kamala wins, depending on what she does, Biden's FTC is like God tier. Like like, you know, it's like NLRB tier. Maybe even better. The FTC has been doing work. 4 hours ago, FTC's click to cancel rule would make it easier to end subscriptions. A proposed rule from the Federal Trade Commission aims to let consumers easily cancel unwanted subscriptions. Many businesses argue the move is unnecessary meddling that will harm consumers. Great, thank you. If your business model relies on it being difficult to end a subscription, how? Because they're evil. You ever tried to cancel a gym membership? Raise your hand if you have. They are crazy. Planet Fitness is bad. I don't think gyms should even exist, to be honest with you. No, that's not true. I don't think you should go to them. Have you ever tried to cancel Adobe subscription? It's hell. I would never give Adobe my money. Why doesn't everyone just buy a home gym like Vosh does? Unironically, and I mean this, okay? The gym is a waste of your time unless you aspire to be a power lifter. Just literally just buy some resistance bands and go on walks. If you learn how to use those resistance bands properly, you can enter the top the 98th percentile of physical fitness relatively easily. Richard Benjamin, an 81-year-old from Arizona, believed he had been in personal communication with former President Trump through all the messages he was receiving. Yeah, this is the shit that you get when you're signed up for the Trump donos. I want to meet you. A personal note from President Donald J. Trump. I'm hosting a very special reception at Mar-a-Lago next month. That's right. I want you to join me at Mar-a-Lago. I'll fly you and a guest of your choice out to the event free. I'll cover everything. Da, da, da. It gets worse than this, too. It's insane, man. Like, if you're an elderly dipshit, this is like crack cocaine. At one point, Richard Benjamin told his children the former president invited him to a luxurious reception at Mar-a-Lago. That's nice, Grandpa. He had grown up on a farm and worried he would feel out of his element at such a fancy venue. Oh my God. But when he received what he described to his children as an invitation to be a VIP at a rally in Arizona, he was thrilled he would finally meet the former president himself. He started making travel plans and asked his sister-in-law if she would like to accompany him, since his wife had passed away in 2018. Man, it's brutal. It is brutal. It's difficult to like. Later, he told his son how angry he was that Donald Trump Jr. wouldn't call him back, even though the former president's son had sent Benjamin so many nice messages. He was old, lonely, and isolated, his son, Jason Benjamin, told CNN, saying the pandemic only compounded the isolation. Save America, help save America, that was the constant message. He would get thanked for helping to save America. Richard Benjamin, who now lives in a memory care unit at an assisted living facility. I don't want to get grim, man, but like, put me down before putting me in the damn memory care unit. Jesus. Maybe we're too down on it. You know how millennials who are struggling to make their car payments will look at a video of a jellyfish floating in the sea and they'll say, damn, I wish that was me, no cares in the world. Maybe being dementia-addled and in a memory care unit is just like that, and we think it's horrifying because rather than fully transforming into the jellyfish, you just kind of, your brain transforms into the brain of one. You know? Like, you're just like a little... You're just like a dude. Nah, it fucking sucks. Yeah, probably. You're probably like haunted. Imagine being a jellyfish, but every once in a while you get like a PTSD flashback to like pulling up at an Arby's drive-thru with your wife in the passenger seat and you briefly remember her face and name, and then that she's been dead for 6 years and then you forget again. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be that kind of jellyfish. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Isn't your grandfather 96 and lucid? My grandpa is like cracked, man. It's insane. He's 96. He doesn't give a shit. He's chilling. He's fine. Down there in Florida, 2 hurricanes hit. Is he fine? Yeah, he's fine. I check. Is he fine? Yeah, he's fine. He doesn't give a shit. Oh, hurricanes? Whatever. I was in the damn Navy. What is a hurricane if not a little bit of water? I used to deal with a lot of water. Ugh. I'm getting "this is literally you" messages from my partner right now. I can't see what the thing is that's literally me because it's an Instagram link, but it's probably a drawing of a bunny rabbit or something. Feels apropos given what we're talking about. Richard Benjamin would look forward to the emails and texts, especially to the ones thanking him for being a true American and a patriot. So they're watching and they say it's a mouse. I was close. Oh man, there's a video? Is that him? Is this the guest of honor at Mar-a-Lago?
So you made more than 100 donations in one day.
My gosh.
The Benjamin family has had this conversation before. 81-year-old Richard Benjamin just doesn't remember.
So between these 2 months, it's over $60,000.
Richard Benjamin has dementia.
WinRed.
Okay, actual question, not trying to victim blame. If you have a parent or grandparent or whatever who has dementia, can't you do that? The thing where they lose their rights as a person and you become their ward? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like past a point, a person, conservatorship or whatever it's called, power of attorney, whatever the technical, you understand the gist of what I'm getting at here. Like, they shouldn't be able to make any financial decisions, right? Like, if you have dementia, I feel like the financial decisions that you make, you should have like a $5 bill every week, and you can choose whether you want the Twix bar or the lollipop. You know? Depending on the state, it's very difficult and takes a long time. And I imagine pretty much every dementia patient would resist it, because a lot of people with dementia don't know they have it, and they don't like the idea of the independence they've had for, in some cases, half a century or more being revoked, you know? Like, if I started having memory issues, I wouldn't immediately go, oh, children of mine, take away my human rights. I would go, whatever, I've always had memory issues, and then leave my cell phone in the fridge.
Boy, there was a lot of them WinRed ones.
Ultimately, he gave away more than $80,000 in political donations, all going through a fundraising platform called WinRed. Republican campaigns rely on it to solicit donations, often using misleading ads through email and text messages like, "We tried to warn you, but you kept ignoring us."
Yeah, they insane shit they send you.
President Trump personally tapped you. This is not a drill.
When we looked at his phone told the whole story, because he would get dozens of text messages a day referring to
Sheesh.
dozens.
Fucking your fundraising verification code, of course. I can't really like pause it quickly, and yeah, it won't let me like
Of text.
Captain Sam Brown nearly burned to death in an ambush. Please handle this message with care and delete after reading. Our hearts sank. This was our last chance. Where's Charlie Kirk? Oh, there's Charlie Kirk. That's Hey, Charlie Kirk here.
Text message.
President Trump's CIA director and Secretary of State took time to write you a note. I only get 2 a day at most from ActBlue. Anytime I donate, I instantly like block the email and block the number. Like, the moment I get anything, instantly, it's all wiped clear. Get away from me.
A day.
This is an emergency. Don't ignore. Don't scroll away. This is Speaker Mike Johnson. I need to update you immediately.
Referring to
Friend, this is an emergency. All right.
him as a patriot, and thank you for helping us save America.
I was dealing with President Trump, and so it came up that when they wanted to find out what I was doing, that's what I put in.
He really, in his heart, believed that Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. and other politicians were personally reaching out to him.
He just didn't have the capacity.
This is what people criticize OnlyFans for, the fake convos and whatnot. Yeah, we need the version of this, of this with OnlyFans on CNN, you know? Mike Benjamin donated $500,000 to so-and-so cam girl. You scroll through the text messages on screen, and it's a bunch of like, I need cock now. It's like that meme format, you know? What if they had WhatsApp in Dragon Ball Z, and Goku's scrolling through it, and Vegeta's like, I need cock now, like all that. Just hundreds and hundreds of messages. He really thought all of those girls needed cock now.
To to understand what it was that he was actually doing.
Benjamin's information was shared across dozens of Republican campaigns, and he was overwhelmed by deceptive messages begging for money. The result? His children say Benjamin was duped into giving away his life savings.
You had to get a
many
home
such
equity
cases
line
in
of
this
credit
community.
to pay this off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it depleted his savings, and then we moved him over here to assisted living and then sold his house.
You had to sell a house, move him, sell his car. And this
And then he
is
did
all
it
from
again.
$10 and $25 donations. He had essentially put himself $50,000 in debt after he had given them his life savings. Do these political campaigns bear some responsibility?
To be clear, by the way, this is 100% intentional on the Trump campaign's part. Like, all political campaigns use alarmist language to get people to donate. That's kind of like how it works. But the Trump, like the way they do their targeted solicitation of donations is very much intended to manipulate the elderly, the weak-minded, the gullible, and the mentally unwell. 100%, absolutely. You get even a little bit of that shit, and it's like, it's genuine, like, crazy person posting. There is no comparison. The Kamala Harris, like, Act Blue kind of stuff, it's literally just stuff like, we need to meet our fundraising goal. Listen, Bosch, just between you and me, only through your support can we defeat Donald Trump. Like, that's about as bad as it gets, really. And it's like, you know, I don't think it compares even remotely to the stuff you see from the Trump solicitation. It's like, it's schizo shit.
They have very sophisticated operations. It's really outrageous. I mean, there's no other way to frame it.
CNN's investigative team reviewed more than 1,000 public reports and complaints and found deceptive political fundraising by Republicans and Democrats has victimized hundreds of elderly Americans, misleading them into donating far more than they intended. And it adds up. A sample of just 52 elderly donors, many who suffer from dementia or cognitive decline, gave away more than $6 million of their life savings.
Cool.
A majority to Donald Trump and other Republican candidates.
She was so careful with money. My mother used to count the pennies. She basically drained all the accounts, everything but $250.
Karen's mother, Jolene, gave Republicans nearly $200,000. She died earlier this summer from stage 4 cancer amid cognitive decline.
Jesus.
We met Karen at her mother's home in California. It's empty as she prepares it for the rental market. Karen asked we not use their last name, fearing retaliation.
This is outrageous. It was like a total fraud. The bank was sending fraud alerts because of it, because they were charging her $3, $20, $15, as if somebody was hacking into your credit card, but it was when Red Velvet was charging all these.
Even the money her mother set aside for a funeral was gone.
I have this pit in my stomach. It makes me feel like throwing up. Thinking that the last months of her life were about her being swindled. It's incomprehensible. It really is. It's unconscionable what they've done.
As Karen reviewed her mother's bank records and the text messages on her phone, it became clear how that money disappeared so quickly.
She just got another text.
It's endless.
This is while we've been here.
9:36, 9:44, 9:48.
That, holy shit. 9:44, 9:48, 9:51, 9:53, 9:55. What happens when old people get lonely, I guess. If Texas turns blue, so does the Senate. Help Ted Cruz. A poll just confirmed our worst fears. Don Jr. sent you a personal note. We're so sorry we have to tell you. Facebook doubles down of censorship on film that will... I've reached out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Your state GOP... something. Why are all the numbers different? Because they're done through like call center, like dupe numbers. There's like a big range of numbers that that are reserved for, it's robots. It's robots.
Eight, 9:51, 9:53, 9:55.
Vivek Ramaswamy, the First thing I did. Elon, I vowed to destroy the woke mind virus. Do not delete. Speaker Johnson, I need you to do three things. Yeah.
9:56, 10:01,
Our hearts
10:04, 10:06, 10:07, 10:10, 10:14, 10:16.
I mean,
Yeah, the lesson that I'm getting from this is if you have an elderly parent, steal their phone and look at the messages and make sure that they're not actually losing their mind.
it's every few minutes.
It's every few minutes.
And what does this say?
Make this monthly recurring donation.
And it's checked already.
Yep. Oh my God. This is confusing. Look at this, bright yellow, all these checks, all these directions. I don't
The ticking timer, the countdown.
even know how to make sense of this.
The box is pre-checked, meaning the campaign can automatically withdraw recurring donations, monthly, even weekly. We tried to reach WinRed by phone.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Text, and email.
All right. 4250.
And then went to the address that WinRed lists as its headquarters in Virginia.
Hi, I'm Kyung Law from CNN. Could I speak with somebody from WinRed?
They are not located in the building on site.
WinRed lists this address officially with the state of Virginia, but they don't actually have anyone here.
If you look at a donor as an endless pile of $25 contributions and not think about the reason they're contributing, that's a problem.
Matthew Hurt is a lifelong Republican and the Arlington, Virginia GOP chair, a rare Republican who does not use WinRed to fundraise.
It shouldn't be.
Maybe the real lesson from this is that if you have a right-wing elderly parent, you should set up your own like donation scam to get their money from them to you, you know? Like, you need to send them emails and be like, hello, it is me, Donald Trump, with an important message for you specifically. And, like, you can kind of, like, you want to siphon it before they can. And that way, when they end up broke, you can be like, oh, don't worry, I'll help you out. I've come into money recently. And you, like, get them a 600 square foot apartment 1.5 hours out of town.
Be complicated or nefarious or tricky or schemy to have somebody make a contribution.
Why are you using the word scheme?
Any platform that tricks older donors into giving money unwittingly seems like a scheme to me.
Though CNN found nearly 7 times more complaints from Republican donors, families of Democratic donors have also unwittingly given away their money. Matt and Dave Weisbart's mother, in cognitive decline, donated more than $200,000 to Democratic campaigns through Act Blue.
Based.
It's theft. It's elder abuse. There's no doubt about it.
By talking publicly, they hope one thing might work to get Act Blue to return some of their mother's life savings: shame.
The right thing to do, the moral thing to do, is to return that money to her. You don't have to. It's not illegal what they did, but it's morally wrong.
WinRed did not reply to our request for comment, but the Trump campaign did, saying that it notifies donors before processing recurring donations and has staff on hand to help with refunds and cancellations. Act Blue did send us a statement saying it has a service team to help donors and accommodates as many refunds as possible beyond a 90-day refund window if there are signs of cognitive decline.
If there are signs? Wait, you have to send them a doctor's note? Okay. The difference between the donation pages that you get for Trump and for Kamala are pretty significant. One new friend request from President Trump versus donate weekly to elect Kamala Harris and support Democrats nationwide. I'm inviting my top consultants like you to join my official advisory board. Accept invitation. Should Comrade Kamala and her campaign go before a grand jury on the Iran corruption case? Do you support President Trump's America First agenda? Do you think President Trump is the greatest president in American history? That's cool. I am Donald Trump, and I am asking you for a huge favor. I'm going to need you to donate weekly right now, all the way to Election Day. Can I count on your sustained support? Yeah, count me in. Already yellow. Make a weekly recurring donation until 11/5. Message from Trump. Please, I can't win without your help right now. If Kamala wins, it's doomsday for America. Can I count on you to give one more time for a Trump victory landslide to donate an additional amount of money in addition to the automatic recurring payments? Message from Trump. We need to register thousands of new Trump patriots so we can swamp the vote. Can you give one more time to make it and too big to rig with the additional extra donation in addition to the weekly donations and the other additional donation? Hoo-wee. Fundraising pages for the Harris campaign like this one are clearer than those used by Trump. Yeah, I'd say so. Okay, they're not equivocating that much. In Utah, a 69-year-old woman who had a tube surgically placed in her brain to drain fluid from it and had such severe dementia she required around-the-clock home care donated nearly $20,000 to Republican candidates. Median Republican voter, right here. In less than 4 months. Brain so cooked you literally needed doctors to install liquid cooling. That's fucking wild. I don't know, man. It's grift all the way down. I don't know what to say. I guess I shouldn't feel so bad that my extremely conservative uncle donated $100,000 to online girlfriend scams. The money could have been used for nefarious means. Yeah, I guess that's true. You can think of it that way. I think that's like the power of positive mental energy moment right there. Like, yeah, at least it went to like probably a sex trafficking ring somewhere in the developing world. And not the Republican Party, which is objectively more evil. Could have also went to PV. Well, then maybe PV should be doing girlfriend scams online. In a utilitarian sense, exactly. Oh. That's a rough one. Pitch it to them. I gotta say, the past year or so has really been making me reflect on political lesbianism, you know? I don't think it's very politically viable. It's just like, I think I get it. I don't know. What the fuck are you talking about? There's just so many, like, polls and anecdotes and so on about how young men are much more right-leaning than young women. Or not just young, but like in general, you know? I don't know. It's fucked up. Men gotta start their way in jail and fight their way out. Not really. I think those polls are BS. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. If you go on social media, though, like, I know this has always been the case, but it's worse than it's ever been. Like, misogyny online has always been an issue. And I should be clear, by the way. Like, I'm not out here having to damn crying fit over it. Like, oh, some women are treated mean online. Like, yeah, it's rough, but you know, you can't let upsetness over stuff like that dominate your life. And sometimes you have to view things in a historical perspective. At least they can vote, right? It could be worse, but it's gotten worse. I remember back like the, oh, there are no girls online thing. Oh, you know, a woman online, shoe on head, Sharpie and pooper, or whatever the fuck people would say back in the era when 4chan was less about overt neo-Nazism and more about the precursor to overt neo-Nazism. But now, anytime on social media a woman does anything, it feels like it's a dice roll, and then an army of men ages like 12 to 99 now, I guess, will be there threatening to kill and rape her. And it's like, over everything. It's so... Yeah, men and boys. It's so, I don't know. Trump is going on the Joe Rogan podcast. Can't wait for the endorsement. Didn't you say not to conflate social media and IRL? You really thought you had something there, did you? You thought you caught old Vosh in a damn verbal trap, huh? You almost got me. Social media isn't real life, but it also is. You work it out. After this segment, do you stand by your statement you should disconnect from problematic conservative relatives until they get better if the possible alternative is they use their money on Republican scams? I stand by it. I just think maybe you should, like, get power of attorney over them. Or take their money first. What do you think about the idea of de-anonymizing social media to help address the problem? Problematic for a variety of reasons. I also don't know if it would make much of a difference. Though, I really don't know, like, I don't know if a lot of young men understand how, and pardon me for being crass, unfuckable they're permanently making themselves for, like, their entire lives. Like, choose, Western man. There are two roads before you. And it's like, down one road, you can be normal and grow up and like have women friends and like maybe date one. That'd be cool, I guess, and like get married. I don't know, whatever crazy shit you want to do. And then down the other road, you have, oh, sorry, the gaming channels that I watched when I was 12 actually were covert ops for right-wing YouTube, and now I am a fascist. I hate women, and all of my social media profiles have long feeds of me threatening to rape women and calling them fat and ugly and whores and complaining about black men fucking them first, or so on and so on. And then when you try to like shake your head a little bit and get out of that, you're trying to date around like 16, 17, 18, 19, whatever the fuck, in high school, college, and you can't talk to women because you don't think of them as people anymore. And even if you do manage to talk to them through happenstance, you almost immediately put them off because you're insane. It's crazy. Do you ever have anything positive to say about anybody? I mean, I like myself. What do you mean? I'm pretty positive here. We're positive here. Yeah, literally Lionheaded Gaming. It's pretty bad. I go to a relatively conservative-leaning college, Vosh, and it's insane how sexless a majority of the men on campus are. Yeah. It's not, I'm not saying the crime here is the lack of sex or whatever. I'm just saying that, like, they're not exactly operating in their own self-interest here. Yeah, it's for the best if they're not, like, they're conservative men. What are the modes of intellect? Like, is this a man issue? This is a man issue. Like, let's be real here, okay? Women are not, like, en masse getting pulled into like, oh, sorry, it turns out 80% of makeup vlogs on YouTube are actually hardcore fascist propaganda outlets, and like all women are being radicalized to be super right way. That's not, it's not comparable. So the birth rates just continue to plummet. I mean, so far so good. Or so far so bad. I would say it's the opposite, lol. Yeah, but getting radicalized into being a leftist is based, so that's fine. Bro really worrying about birth rates? You should worry about birth rates. It really is an issue. You do want to maintain a replacement rate. There are economic consequences to having a declining birth rate. You know, I'm not saying it should be 4 children to every couple or whatever. I'm just saying, you know, I don't care, TBH. I don't care that you don't care. Now we're at an impasse. To be fair, though, it definitely also has to do with parenting and how you're raised. I mean, yeah, but also, like, you can raise your son well for, like, 12 years, and then he finds the wrong YouTube channel, and now, like, you're fucked. It's pretty bad. It's an interesting argument, funny rhetorician. I'm here. I'm here. I feel like I'm already cooked as a 20-year-old chick. Everyone thinks they're cooked when they're 20. It's a consequence of being 20. Asmelia, respectfully, shut the fuck up. Not respectfully. Disrespectfully. Every damn stream with this shit. I've seen the slow decline of one of my friend's brothers. He was 12 when he fell into Andrew Tate shit. Now at 16, I think he's completely lost. Well, there's always time to come back. At 20, I had a fiance. Don't tell chat that. Don't let them know. Did you hear Eminem endorse Kamala Harris? Oh yeah, Eminem fucking hates Trump. All my friends are getting married and I'm just chronically ill watching stream. Your friends are getting married when you're at 20? Where the fuck do you live? What shit-ass town do you live in where all your friends are getting married at 20? No one gets married at 20 anymore. Utah. Mormon chatter Lamau. Yeah. Sorry. I'm a West Coast big city boy. Maryland and Germantown. It's actually a walkable city. Maryland in Germantown. Okay. Did you read the Georgia State Supreme Court voted to keep the ban on the election rule changes? Nice. And that's that. There's no way the Supreme Court's going to take this up. Are you fucking kidding? AJC, you've got a damn subscription. Everyone's got a damn subscription. Whatever. Should be illegal. Premium Digital, $3 a week. Of course it's a week. Heard your personality doesn't change past 16. Yeah, whoever told you that was 17. Stupid statement. Yeah, whoever told you that was a pedophile. Sorry you had to find out this way.
All right, down in Battleground,
Yep,
Georgia,
it
early
auto-played.
voting.
Thanks, Fox News, as always. Did you hear Tim Pool might be ending the Timcast? I mean, I see a lot of people talking about it, by which I mean you guys probably saw 1 8-second clip out of context that has led you to believe this, and you're gullible as shit. Am I on the money with that? He also tweeted it was going to be the last episode. He's not quitting. Unanimously affirmed Fulton County Superior Court Judge Thomas A. Cox Jr.'s ruling. Nice. Oh, speaking of good things. You hear that we're so back?
And that's not a joke. But look, I'm not going to waste all the time I'm in. I'm going to talk about his running mate. His running mate, Elon Musk. Seriously. Where is Senator Vance after he got asked the simplest question in the world at the debate? Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? And after 2 weeks, he finally said, no, he didn't. That's where he's been spending his time. But that's it. So, look, Elon's on that stage, jumping around, skipping like a dipshit on these things. You know it.
We're so back. We're adopting the Voshite playback. God. What a wild move for a remarkably unathletic man to adopt as his signature play. Got that 5-inch vertical. He just looks so strained. Well, it's a wild move to rock skinny jeans if you look like Elon in the first place. I think they're just regular tapered jeans, not skinny jeans, but, you know, I don't think they're especially flattering either way. He's not built for parkour civilization. No, he should stick to the raw chicken. Really, though, I'm surprised, you know, considering how hard Tim Walz leaned into the positivity, you know, the civility during the debate with J.D. Vance. He's pretty spicy during this last speech he gave.
He missed an opportunity, though. Being at McDonald's, he looks much more like Ronald McDonald than the clown that he actually is. Tell me you don't see this one coming from a mile away. And Ronald wears less makeup. You saw it coming. You saw it coming.
It's a little canned, but I'm glad he's having fun. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter because, as we've established, this remains a coin flip no matter what. But make him the nominee, please. Yeah, if only. Tim Walz had an interview on The Daily Show and it was great. Yeah. I saw a clip of it. Sadly, I can't play parts of that. I bet part of his performance issues in the debate was trying to do what the DNC wants him to do and not what he wants to do. Maybe. It's good. I'm tired of having to pretend these people are deserving of anything more than ridicule. Well, fascists hate ridicule more than anything else. You know, like they love being made out to be scary. You know, oh, Trump's a fascist. Oh, he's going to destroy the country. It's true, but they also like it because it makes their, you know, them feel like their dicks are big. They can't stand ridicule. They can't stand mockery. This is to keep us from being doomer. It isn't to win votes. I still don't think this is a coin flip. There's good evidence that polls are getting flooded with junk GOP polls. Yeah, I've heard that. I mean, it's not like it's a fair shakeup anyway. We're not fighting for the popular vote. We're fighting for the Electoral College. We're going to have to deal with all that bullshit on the actual election day and probably months afterwards. I mean, it's going to take weeks to sort out it's going to come down to like every county in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina. I'm going to be fighting over all of it. I love having to win every molehill. I love that the fate of the entire country is going to come down to maybe 3 or 4 purple counties in the country. 330 million people. And it's going to be like on the thinnest of margins, in the tiniest, like a fraction of a single percentage point of the population will be the actual like meaningful component. Everyone else is just here to virtue signal. I'm on edge. You're edging? That's cool. I'm flicker gooning. You can't match my freak. Holy. What does flicker gooning mean? This guy doesn't know. Take me back, man. There is a polling non-response bias in favor of Democrats according to Gallup. I mean, even if Democrats win, we're going to get like 17 January 6s. You all know that, right? Political violence has been increasing in prominence, like even prior to the election. After the election, all I'm saying is if you're a ballot worker, I hope you have some pocket money sitting around for a ballistic vest. Ballistic plate carrier vest for the pedants, I guess. It's going to be crazy. I live too close to DC, don't say that. Actually, DC is like the safest place to be, right? Like, unless you're in the Capitol building, you're in a incredibly blue, not state, you know, district. And you're also next to the Pentagon. You're right there. Sort of. People forget Southeast exists. I still believe that, like, the Capitol Hill lawn had lasers that they just didn't turn on. I know it's cartoonish in my mind, but given the amount of money that goes to the Pentagon, I still feel like if anything got rowdy, there's just a big red button. The Joint Chiefs of Staff all have, like, the keys, and they all have to turn it right at the same time. And they activate the, like, neutron bomb that vaporizes all people who voted for Donald Trump. I'm pretty sure they have some kind of SAM site in the room. Well, that is true. 100%, yeah. They got anti-air shit all after 9/11. You're tripping over anti-air missiles when you walk down the street in DC. Every single like square of concrete on the sidewalk can actually be like hinged off. There's a little silo underneath it. This time Biden is in control, the lasers will get activated. That is a very valid point. Yeah, that is like the big blue pill, I guess, or red pill, or black pill, or white pill. It's some kind of pill, is what I'm saying, that Trump was in office during January 6th. And after January 6th, we had like the United States was effectively controlled by the military between January 7th and January 20th when Biden took over. But this time, Biden will be in control. Leading through, like, assuming Kamala wins, loses, whatever, like, Biden is the person in the Oval Office. Yeah, we'll see what asks Ben. Another 20 billion to Israel. That's true. Jan 7th happens. 3%ers are marching up the stairs, the Capitol building. Biden deploys more anti-air to Israel. Very good. Very, very good. Sends the National Guard to Israel. Not even that much of a joke. It's so fucked up they didn't get Trump in between January 7th and January 20th. You know the Joint Chiefs of Staff were talking about it. 100% they were talking about it. It'd be funny if it didn't hurt. Yeah. Millet for sure. Oh, Millet was like sitting in his office like this. Like, just like waiting. They considered Article 25ing him or something too. We could have had it. We could have had the classic what was it they played in Russia when the coup happened with Putin? They played like the what's the thing they play? It's like the Swan Lake. Yeah. We could have had our Swan Lake day. We could have had the better timeline. The TVs all come back on. Millet is in the Oval Office. Millie, not Millet. It's Millie, not Millet. You all tell me at once. You all tell me at once. That's fine. That's okay. I'm not upset. I think Millet sounds better. Where did you hear about the whole military rule thing on January 7th to January 20th? I want to know more. I don't think there's much, like, official accounting of it. Or, like, I think we mostly just have... It's kind of like a vibes thing. But after January 6th, a bunch of people in government and the Joint Chiefs of Staff were like, that was a cool move you pulled, Trump. Your hands are off the keyboard. You're going to go right there on the lawn and you're going to apologize... And you're going to sit the fuck down until January 20th. It was the implication, I think. I mean, there's accounting of this, right? It's not just a vibes thing. Like it's they put him in the timeout box. Yeah. That really should have been the end of it. Yeah. No, whatever. There are multiple military officials on record confirming they basically just blocked his phone. That's really funny. I remember him not being impeached for it. Well, of course he wasn't impeached for it. He wasn't impeached for any of that shit, because why would any Republican senator vote to impeach? How long do you expect it'll be to know the results? Probably a decent length of time, because in some of these pivotal swing states, they have it set that they can't count early votes until voting day. Within a day or two, we will know how the majority of things shake out, but depending on how close it gets, we might have to wait a while. Also, keep in mind the interference. Yeah, we have no idea. They're fucking with you? Heavier Malay? But that's a different Malay. I was talking about the general. The 4-star general who resigned. The woke general. The woke Pentagon general. I know Malay is pronounced like Heavier Malay. I know that's Malay. Millie? Well, no, it's... Yeah, Millie. Oh, fuck, I'm racist? Wouldn't you be anti-racist, actually, for making that assumption? Yeah, Javier Milei, the 4-star general. You mean contact Mike the Boxer? Shut the fuck up. Did you guys see this? Maybe your feed is less transgender than mine. I'm not really sure. A lot of people were super, super mad about this. The transgenders. You suck as cosplaying. Thank you so much, Pookie. You will never be a woman, brother. I'm a biological female. A lot of people got really upset. Or I saw that. Tried so hard to be transphobic, but he was flat out wrong. The only thing I was upset about was Trumps. Nah, that shit was good. Triple platinum. It's like the biological female thing is kind of ripped from like Charlie Kirk tier, you know, right-wing messaging. But the dynamic has shifted a lot recently. With like originally trans people, the term was transsexual. And then like 5 years ago, the rhetoric was, well, I know we can't change our sex, but we can change our gender. Gender is identity and sex is biology. And now it seems like the rhetoric has shifted further into, no, actually, we are changing our sex. Which is true. I just think the rhetoric has gotten, like, a lot of people interpreted this maliciously, which I don't necessarily think is the case. You know what I'm talking about? I don't think it's banned in DMs, the Arrive Thesaurus. Oh, nice. Congratulations on voting, VFAR. VFAR? I'm tired. It's that silly internet thing where you're not allowed to be a person that says words wrong. That's not just an internet thing. That's just life. Wasn't transvestite a term for a while? Yeah, but like the 80s? And even then, I mean, that one's definitely fallen out of use. I still think transsexual should probably get some use. But, you know, that's kind of like a cultural thing. 70s, 80s, yeah. Exactly, wheat paste. Rocky Horror Picture Ad word. Ah? Emma Dearest, what is your race? Caught. I'm waiting. Emma is a white name. I don't want to be presumptuous, but might just be. Wouldn't you like to know, newsboy? All right, white ass. All right, pasty ass. I'll let you go for this one. I'll let your pasty go this time. That's what you sound like. Goofy. Fucking stupid. With a race inquiry part of the stream. My name is Emma, and I'm a light-skinned black girl. Your name is Mussolini's mistress. I'm gonna pull the red card on this one, and I'm going to say that. What's his name? What's the guy's name? Umar? Umar would probably say you're one of my kind. Dr. Umar? I'm not saying I'm saying that. I'm saying he would say that. Umar is black? Yeah, you might say he's actually the most black man. I'm so fucking tired, man. You enter the Voss stream, there's a large sign reading Race Inquisition Day. You turn around, the door's locked behind you. Sometimes people forget. There are, believe it or not, black people who watch me, probably for my incredible sense of humor, and they like my hair. They would touch it if they were around. They would be like, ooh, nice white boy hair. And they forget that we can't see their skin. So they'll drop the soft A in chat, like casually, and it's like, no, you can't do that. Everyone's going to assume that you're white. You can't do that. I'm sorry, it's not fair, but like, that's how it is. I was just saying that, my ninja. Did you see that that fucking the meme where the guy looked like Spooky on the sidewalk and the text said something like my ninja, because it's like the ninja emoji, but they mean like the N-word, but like not in a racist way, you understand? But then a bunch of white people saw the meme format and they thought the ninja emoji was referring to the fact that the guy looked spooky and not as a replacement for the N-word soft A. So they started like redrawing the meme format with other things that aren't a ninja, but he was never meant to be a ninja in like the ninja sense. I'm reminded once more of my favorite Twitter account. Holy shit, I love this account. Tweakin' blunt rotation. This is what you sound like. Why does she sleep like a victim of Pompeii? I see the light. Victim of Pompeii. That's you. Priority is to serve hot tea, not to drink it. Bro, why is you everywhere? What does this even mean? Shut the fuck up. The funniest thing about this is that Soul doesn't care AF about his looks. I love this because it makes me feel like one of the good whites, you know? I feel like validated. Me enjoying this song AF when bro's literally talking about his sister. How it feels to be forced to play ranked with the trash friend, but then we get in his lobbies. 2.2k likes on that one. You know all about the lobbies. How the villain act waiting for Ladybug to do her dance transformation for the Lucky Charm. some kind of thingy. I don't know. Oh my god, this would ate. This would ate. Ate is a Gen Z jargon. Even though it's past tense in a present tense sentence, it would still make sense if you're not that serious and if you have a bit of humor. Anyway, live a little. How hard is it to use eh? Apparently pretty difficult. How Nick 30 look through it. Removing Thick of It from his playlist after what KSI said. That's so true. That's so fucking true. I relate to that one. What? I don't know. For a moment, I thought it was my character, It's giving so much. 1 like equals 1 prayer, picture. 462 likes on that one. As an older sister, this is per. This is discount OKBV? No, because this is actually funny. Oh, wait. Feral snake eyes with long eyelash and big pretty eyes. Did the creator see a snake halfway through writing snake eyes? It's just a funny thing black people do. That's so fucking true, dude. Black people love hitting you with the in the middle of a sentence. Nonsensically, it doesn't mean anything, you know. Just a funny black thing. Me, like, as a Gen Z person, describing all of the vernacular that I've obtained via TikTok. Just a funny thing black people do. Don't think about it too much. Classic black people. They love doing that shit. Funny things, I mean. Just call me a slur. Hey, black people, how does it feel to have so much cultural capital that it literally fucking bleeds out into every other subgroup? You're like a piece of clothing that's so overdyed that it fucking stains all the other clothes you put it in the wash with, you know? You're dripping with culture. Sit if you debut. Perform. Me knowing I'm white text on white background. The problem because I'm still friends with TS bitch I met in kindergarten. Bite lip emoji. I like to retweet their activism. We're not doing politics right now, okay? We're talking about something that's very apolitical, which is white people appropriating AAVE, okay? The way I would die to see y'all argue and clock the T. 56,000 likes. What does this even mean? Clock the T. It's a funny thing black people say. My dead brain thought it was going to explode just like in GTA 5. I'm a finna cry because this is so shocking and I used to love Mr. Prada because he was so funny. I'm a finna. Why is she clocking him by running away when he gets too close? I'm screaming. Stillwater explained, it ion even move. I'm gonna have to put the headphones over my head. This is so painful. I mean, it gets repetitive once you take like 1 million of them, but it's still pretty fucking funny, to me, at least. I'll take 1 million beers instead. I fuck with it. We finna done. Bro got coding to work on a calculator. 82,000 likes on that one. With the Nikocado profile pic. That has to be ironic. There's more white people than black people in America contributing to like the glut of Western English-speaking internet content. It's possible. It's just a numbers game. This is stressing me out. Are you, as a white person, feeling like you know, you have to be on edge all the time because at any moment you could accidentally misuse AAVE and all the black people in your life will make fun of you? Yes. We know, Benjamin. We want to make fun of you. You can't make fun of me. I use the slang that I apply appropriately, except for when I choose to use it inappropriately. But you can tell that I'm being sarcastic because I laugh after. And sometimes I give you a knowing look. I'm down with it. I'm one of the brothers. You understand. What the hell is AABB? I do have a large non-American audience. I probably shouldn't assume. Like, I can't make fun of you for it, right? AAVE, African American Vernacular English. It's the dialect. Is that the right word, dialect? Right? It wouldn't be, what's the other term? Not dialect. It is, yeah, dialect. That is common to, like, African Americans. Obviously, it's not all African Americans, but, you know, it's a decent number of them. It's very, it's kind of like derived from Southern speak. Like, people in the South, white people, have a large overlap with AAVE because a lot of black people were in the South for reasons that you could look up in a book. But it like diverged with time. So you can see like common roots, but over time, like white guys in Alabama aren't really saying stuff like, I'm finna get that goofy drink on the counter. Actually, they might if they use TikTok. They might be. They might be. But they would be angering their Confederate ancestors if they did that. White guys in SoCal, I'm gonna drive the 405. So true. Literally me. Well, that was painful. I think it's funny. Why is this so Gumball and Darwin? It always brings a smile to my face. What kind of collection do I have? Being black online has got to be like, you're like Guts from Berserk. You're literally the struggler. Like every day you wake up, you know? In the trenches? Yeah, but like in general. White trash in Oklahoma use AAVE and casually drop the soft A like it's nothing. Yeah, the only people who can drop the soft A casually are black people, the cool Hispanics, and Koreans in Los Angeles. That my understanding is that's like the dynamic currently. I think it's like yelling, not like moaning. It's like ass. Means ass. Like goofy like that. That's it in AAVE. But it doesn't make any sense to say like that to say ass when you say everything else in like a coastal accent, you know? But you say it so white. Yeah, because I talk like not an AAVE. I talk like a white guy who grew up in Los Angeles. That's the joke. That's why it sounds stupid. You're taking a bit of a different vernacular, of a different dialect, and you're like substituting it in the Wait, Vosh isn't black? Sorry. Sorry to let you know like this. Now say tortilla. You say it weird? Okay. Imagine for a moment there was a black person here. I know, difficult. And you ask them, hey, you poke them with a stick. Hey, could you say it, but like authentic, like the way your people speak? And they would say, if they were playing along with this, which is like not a guarantee considering how inconsiderate you're being, but they would say like, you're a goofy white guy. Like, because it's ass. They're saying ass. It's just ass. What kind of ass collection do I have? Why is this so Gumball and Darwin ass room? Dead ass brain. Here there be dragons? I'm just trying to help the white people in my community out in case they ever find themselves in a difficult social situation. Try to say ooh child. Don't get me in trouble. I'm a fuck with it is crazy. That's like new tech. That's something new and powerful. It's shocking how many people don't know this. I mean, it depends on where you grow up, I guess. But from my perspective, it's like, because LA has a very multiracial community, the people misusing AAVE is fucking hysterical to me because it's really easy. If you're even remotely familiar with it, it's incredibly easy to just immediately intuitively understand everything being said. And it's very, very, very funny that people fuck that up. I like to imagine a lot of the people fucking it up aren't even American, because it's specifically African-American vernacular English. It's not like the black people in London are talking like that, you know? At least, not necessarily. So it's like, you know, you've got Germans and British and French people that are saying like, how do you like my outfit? Or something. I literally had a white person once ask me what bet meant, lol. I mean, at least they're trying to learn. Didn't someone literally earlier today ask you what cat means? That's right. That did happen earlier today. Oh, no, wait. That was yesterday. Still, yeah. How do you like my outfit? I like it. It's like a mind worm. Like Haktua, you know? Really burrowed its way in here. Oh my god, same. Some of my white friends kept asking me what certain AAVE terms meant, even though I don't really speak AAVE. Whatever happened to Google? Hold on. What does mean? TikTok funny black people. What does that get you from Google? They don't have like a auto AI answer to that. I guess that's good. I didn't like burn a section of the rainforest with that Google search. What does the in goofy mean? Goofy is a social media slang term meaning silly or ridiculous. Wait, no, WikiHow! WikiHow, no! You're gonna get people the wrong... Everyone knows goofy means silly. It's goofy ass. Goofy ass! Oh, here we go. Goofy is a humorous way to say goofy ass, but then they censor ass because it's WikiHow. Hell yeah, show the illustrations. This is the median user of Goofy on TikTok, laughing after seeing the replies to her post where she asks people what her outfit is. How to use Goofy from a white person, fitting. That Goofy picture of Dr. Phil as an M&M is going to give me nightmares. There we go. Educational stream. We're learning a lot today. The dynamic. All right. I've heard white Mormons use it so they don't have to swear. Yeah, it's like a linguistic soaking, kind of. I'm sorry. I I hate this fucking. I need the election to happen like Prano, man. I need the election to happen like fucking now. Please, God. Dude, shit's gonna be so interesting after the election happens. Because we're gonna have, like, every day I get to come on here at, like, I get to start stream at 8 a.m., like, clearly unshowered, you know, I look disgusting, and I'm like, they just bombed the Pentagon, you know, it's gonna be a whole thing. I mean, if Trump wins, then we're definitely gonna be getting some active streams. It's kind of weird IRL. Nobody's even talking about it like past elections. Well, I think the reason for that is probably because it's not like past elections, you know? The game's kind of broken down. I mean, in addition to people being exhausted, I think that for the most part, election coverage operates on the assumption that everyone involved is playing in good faith, and the voting population, while not perfectly informed, is at the very least like receptive to information, and that's not really true here. We're in like a completely unprecedented situation. We're in a late stage democracy, a late stage liberal democracy for sure. We haven't even seen times this unprecedented. People are dying out here that ain't even ever died before. It's going well. Reminder, the Oklahoma Department of Education has partnered with PragerU to bring your children high-quality reading and entertainment materials rich in American history and values. This is old news? Yeah, they did this a while ago. It's still crazy, though. I recently saw the CEO of PragerU as a former IDF intel officer. I mean, Dennis Prager is a Jewish Zionist, right? Isn't he? Constitution Day. All I know is he a bitch and a weird rapist. His audience thinks he's Christian, though. PragerU and Ben Shapiro were the people who coined the Christian Judeo values bit because they are Jewish, but they know they're appealing to a largely Christian and anti-Semitic audience, so they pretend that there's some kind of synchronicity there, when in reality, any Christian nationalist society would be not kind to the Jews, like obviously, you know? So they're like, you know, they're essentially doing like we're one of the good ones, you know, probably more so Dennis Prager than Ben Shapiro, you know. Ben Shapiro, I think, talks about being Jewish a lot more than Dennis Prager does. Dennis Prager, like, not say acts like a Christian, because basically every Jew that I grew up with just acted like a regular guy. Like, I don't really think there's a hard categorization there, but Dennis Prager 100% does his best to, like, you know, yeah, I'm just like you. Pay no mind. Pay no attention to me being Jewish, because he knows that a bunch of his audience are like boomer Christians and he doesn't want to square that circle. It was a good bit for a while. Sorry, no, Brinstar, I speak errantly. They did not invent the concept of Judeo-Christianity, but you see this huge uptick in the use of that term, mostly in a like kind of Sam Harris-esque distinction against like the Muslim world, you know, the other two Abrahamic religions. But like it's popular usage has been, I think, largely because of them lately. Some of them still think the Pharisees were responsible for Jesus' death. Look, okay, Vatican II happened a while ago. We need to get over it. When you find out Tolkien was anti-Vatican II? Tolkien wasn't an anti-Semite. Why would he be anti-Vatican II? Was he, like, really against the idea of reading out the Bible in native languages or something? Yes? Is that actually the reason? He was just that much of a hardliner on having Latin Mass? He was a traditionalist language nerd? It's literally him. Well, I know that. He made fucking Elvish. That was literally the... Okay. Tolkien is like a rare pro-Semite, but then he's like, no, I'm anti-Vatican II because I think it's cool to revive dead languages. He'd loudly shout Latin at Mass. He's such a fucking nerd, dude. He would speak Latin over everyone else speaking English. That's so fucking funny. Everyone else is reading the Bible in English. He's screaming out the Latin verses because his ass learned it. That's really funny. Oh, sorry. His learned it. There you go. Now I'm getting the pass. It's Sindarin, not Elvish, Goofy. Yeah. All right, don't you guys make a habit of it, okay? You're going to, you know, cultivate an unprecedented reputation of racial insensitivity in this community, and that's not what we're about, okay? You can't, like, establish the ironic context. I'm so fucking tired. Coffee will do that to you? No, it's just the cycle, man. It's just the election cycle. It's just a rough one. It's not even like because it's depressing. It's just you know, calm before the storm. What's the October surprise going to be? You know, Netanyahu's probably going to nuke Iran on like November 3rd or something. I want to peek at the timeline where Biden didn't step down. I think we'd be in a worse spot than we are right now. Isn't the surprise like Trump liked Hitler's general? Hasn't that been known for a while? That's true, Nuts. Yeah, the post-Biden stepping down period was maybe the most pog this election cycle has gotten. Nearly 19 million ballots cast so far in early voting. And not all of them are Democrat.
I'm voting for Donald J. Trump, and the reason being I love his policies. Is he the greatest personality? No, but I'm not voting for personality, I'm voting for policy.
I didn't vote for him to be the pastor of my church. I voted for him to be the president of this country. This country needs to be run like a business, and he's a businessman.
Women's health is pretty much a big reason why I'm voting for her. Predominantly because I am a woman of color, and I'm, like I said, I'm moderate, but my body, my choice.
Not very helpful. Apparently, Willie Nelson endorsed Kamala Harris. Really? Huh, nice. Don't know how much that'll do, but... In battleground Georgia, some poor people see no reason to vote. That decision could sway the election. This is the consequence of Democrats running right. Yeah, I guarantee you that if Bernie Sanders was the Democratic candidate, then you wouldn't be listening to this video right now. They are objectively wrong. Obviously, Democrats are preferable to Republicans. Like, if you're a poor black person in Georgia, like, obviously. But, Democrats have not done a lot to assuage people of the concern that, you know, things are just going to keep getting worse economically, since they're so focused on maintaining the status quo. If you're in poverty, stop reproducing. That's a very wise and sociologically minded suggestion of yours. Dude, what if poor people just stopped having babies? Thank you. Voting takes time. It is true. Voting day in a national holiday. Got to take time off work. Can't get your kids, depending on how long the line is. You can early vote, obviously, but you know, it's really just about outreach. As someone who grew up on food stamps with a 19-year-old mother, yes, you should be more financially stable before having a child. Yeah, it's just like, it's unhelpful because it's basically like seeing a bunch of poor people and going like, you didn't need that pre-packaged food. You should be getting rice and beans to save money. You know, it's just like, look, poor people will have more kids than they can afford and will make poor financial decisions just like the rest of us. The difference is when I buy like a $700 double RL canvas jacket, that financial mistake is absorbed by, you know, Sakae Tanuki and Benjamin Gilbert Liff. Whereas when a black mother of 6 in Georgia makes the financial mistake of buying some candy for herself because she feels really depressed after the second of her 2 shifts and she's going back home and she just wants a little treat to get her through the day, like that could be like a part of a cascading avalanche of financial problems that eventually ends up sinking her and her family. Wait, voting day is not a national holiday in America? What the fuck? No. If Kamala loses, she'll have to certify her loss in the Senate. Yeah, and if Kamala, you know, wins, you know. She could do the funny. Yeah, if she loses, she should refuse to certify the elector count 100%. Hello, Saka. I'm gonna lose it, man. Giuliani must give control of luxury items in Manhattan apartment to election workers he defamed. What? Well, I'm glad he's doing well.
Out front tonight, the breaking news, the kind of generals Hitler had. An 11th hour bombshell report from the Atlantic Jeffrey Goldberg, quoting Trump touting the loyalty of Hitler's generals and reporting that Trump complained about picking up the tab for a fallen U.S. soldier's funeral, calling her an effing Mexican. All right, well, let's start with Hitler's generals. Goldberg reporting that he asked Trump's former chief of staff, John Kelly, about claims that Trump once asked him, quote, "Why can't you be like the German generals?" So Goldberg then writes, well, he told me that when Trump raised the subject of German generals, Kelly responded by asking, "Do you mean Bismarck's generals?" He went on, I mean...
Oh my God. That you're so trying to save him there. Trump's like, "I'd like to build the camps. I want to build them bigly. I want to put all the browns and the blacks in the camp." And you know, next to him, the guy's like, "Camp, like a summer camp? You mean like a kind of reparations where you provide them, you know, food and housing and a good time before they go back home?" They're really trying to save his ass there. Bismarck's generals. Jesus Christ.
I know he didn't know who Bismarck was or about the Franco-Prussian War. I said, "Do you mean the Kaiser's generals? Surely you cannot mean Hitler's generals." And he said, yeah, Hitler's generals. And the Atlantic goes on to cite then two more sources who were at the
We all have that friend who commits the bit a little bit too hard.
Trump White House. They claimed that they heard Trump say, quote, "I need the kind of generals that Hitler had, people who were totally loyal to him, that follow orders."
His generals weren't especially loyal, by the way. But I guess maybe that's what he grew up on, like, because his father's like a Nazi, so, you know. It's the message he got.
Now, tonight, a Trump spokesman shutting down that reporting, insisting that Trump never said this. But there's more in this Atlantic reporting from Jeffrey Goldberg, who also says tonight that Trump was outraged after learning the cost of a fallen U.S. soldier's funeral, which he had offered to pay for personally. Army Private Vanessa Julian was murdered by a fellow soldier at Fort Hood in April 2020. Now, according to The Atlantic, months later, in December, Trump reportedly asked his advisors in a meeting, quote, "Did they bill us for the funeral?" Because he had offered to pay for it. And then he continues, according to the reporting, saying, "What did it cost?" Now, according to attendees and to contemporaneous notes of a meeting taken by a participant, an aide answered, "Yes, we received a bill. The funeral cost $60,000. Trump became angry. "It doesn't cost $60,000 to bury an effing Mexican." Now, again,
he's such a businessman, man. He's like, I know those people and they could have gotten that done for $300 at most. You got taken to the bank. You've been raked over the coals. This is ridiculous. $60K is a nice funeral expected. It's that, man. Is funerals that expensive? I don't know how people spend so much on weddings and funerals. It's crazy to me. You need like I'm gonna get a fucking the Big Lebowski ass funeral proceeding at those rates. Jesus. Dude, a decent casket is like $10K. Fuck that. That's highway robbery. Yeah, chop my body up, put it in a burlap sack, and throw it off any roof onto the street.
Again, I'm reading here the entire part from The Atlantic. Now, the Trump campaign denies Trump said this entire exchange, and it is important to note that the sister of Vanessa Guillen tonight, fighting back against The Atlantic's reporting, she said to the publication, "Wow, I don't appreciate how you are exploiting my sister's death for politics, hurtful and disrespectful to the important changes she made for service members. President Donald Trump did nothing but show respect to my family and Vanessa. In fact, I voted for President Trump today."
Why does that information need to be provided? She wasn't even present when the statement was made. Like, literally all you're saying is, did you know that her sister's a retard? Okay. So she's a retard and her sister's dead. That sucks. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with the story? Huh?
Jeff Zeleny is out front live in Detroit, where President Obama is set to take the stage at a Harris rally shortly. But Jeff, you know, obviously a report like this, you know, it's coming out now. It is coming out right before the election. That is what those involved who were sharing the information clearly wanted. Is the Trump campaign worried about this new reporting from The Atlantic coming at this 11th hour?
No, because nothing matters. Literally, like that's it. No, because no information matters. I'm telling you. Donald Trump, they could release like Epstein surveillance tapes of Donald Trump raping an 8-year-old tomorrow. It wouldn't matter. It literally wouldn't matter. You could have like every single institution could come out and say like, we will literally not survive. It doesn't matter. Everyone's completely... At least they're covering it? Yeah, I guess. Gets them ratings.
Well, Aaron, as former President Donald Trump is taking the stage in North Carolina tonight, his advisors, of course, are looking at this very carefully, but they are pushing back against this report. They're saying it is false. He never said it. And as we take a...
Vosh being hyperbolic. I genuinely don't think that I'm being hyperbolic. I genuinely think this environment is so partisan. Dude, they did a coup attempt. And it didn't matter. It didn't change the numbers of, like, proportionally of people who supported Trump. It's like they literally did. There's, like, hundreds of hours of video footage of the January 6th crowd, like, screaming, holding weapons, storming, like, pushing past cops. And most Republicans will still just repeat the party line that it was a peaceful protest. And maybe some people got rowdy, but that's not, like, germane to the point being made. Donald Trump was literally a close personal friend of Jeffrey Epstein for years. But Trump supporters will still say stuff like, oh, I bet they won't release the Epstein records because Kamala Harris, who at the time would have been like a DA in California, must be on them, when Donald Trump is on the records. I don't think it's being hyperbolic.
Step back and look at the bigger picture here. It is hard to imagine any single report, any single anecdote, any bit of information about what Donald Trump said in office would change many or any minds in this election. We are 2 weeks before Election Day, and minds are hardened, views are settled. However,
even he's saying it.
There are still those voters on the margins.
Epstein records got released and court documents of 2 little girls came out that talked about how Trump raped them and no one cared. Literally, like the graphic fucking, yeah, I remember the unsealed indictment from that one little girl. Like horrific shit. No one cared. Media didn't even cover it. Barely covered it. Barely covered it. Literally like graphic testimony of a girl saying that she was raped as a child by Donald Trump, by a former president and presidential candidate. No one cares. No one covered it. Genuinely, like, insane. It makes you think that you're, like, it's like gaslighting. It makes you think you're in a clown world. Like, that's insane. Why didn't anyone cover it? It's a big club and you're not in it. I'm fully in on the... It's not even conspiracy. Like, the media is complicit, okay? The bourgeoisie, the capital class, they're in on this. They're not going after any Epstein stories. because like a ton of them are implicated. You know, they don't want to unpack that can of worms. What would it mean to the powers that be if it started being politically damaging to be connected to Epstein? Like, it sounds conspiratorial, but I think honestly you'd have to be more conspiratorial to believe the opposite, you know?
That the Harris campaign is trying to reach out to voters that Liz Cheney was talking to yesterday here in Michigan, trying to reach out to them to sort of disqualify the president. Some people who may not be sold on Vice President Harris, or they may not prefer her as a top candidate, but they are still at the middle of this. I am told that former President Barack Obama is not likely to bring this up here tonight. Why? Because he wants to fire up the Democratic base. He wants to encourage them to vote early for Vice President Kamala Harris. We got a preview of what he was saying earlier tonight, just a couple hours ago in Wisconsin. Early voting started there. And he said, look, for anyone who has any nostalgia about the Trump economy, that was my economy. He went on to say that Trump inherited a very strong economy and then really just delivered a litany of belittling and mocking descriptions of the former president. But as it comes to comments about Hitler generals or the military, I do not believe that will be front and center in this conversation tonight. This is all about firing up the base. This is a base election. It's why Eminem, the rapper, is making a very rare appearance here in his hometown of Detroit. He'll be introducing former President Obama, I'm told. But Aaron, it's just one more reminder, even though we have 2 weeks before the election, 16 million people have voted. There are still new pieces of information, and on the margins, that certainly can matter. But don't look for the Harris campaign, at least tonight, to lean into it too strongly.
All right.
Aaron?
Well, thank you very much, Jeff
Thanks
Zeleny.
for
In such important
nothing.
context. Let's start here with a panel. But Margaret, let me start with you. Trump's reported comments on Hitler. And interesting, Jeff's view, right, that in firing up the base and in people's minds being hardened, what impact does something like this have? But the campaign is nonetheless pushing back. They don't want this to be something that takes off. They're saying it's absolutely false. So you end up in a story here where it appears it's John Kelly versus Trump. Yeah, look.
Well, it's not just John Kelly versus Trump. There are so many officials who worked with Trump who have gone on record saying, yeah, he said all these horrible things. Like everyone associated with him, basically. There's like two camps of people who have worked with Trump. People who still actively work with Trump and people who don't, who have nothing but negative things to say about him. The only people who don't have negative things to say about him are people who are still directly working with him, which is like, okay, yeah. I don't know.
If you have followed every twist and turn of the things that are reported to have been said in the White House to Trump's top advisors over many years, this new report is simultaneously chilling, outlandish, and totally believable because it tracks with what we have come to know about Donald Trump as somebody who deeply cares about power and authority and has become this sort of demagogic figure that adores dictators and authoritarians and complete yes men, and yet never really achieved that. This is the adoration for Putin, the adoration for Orban, the adoration for every dictator or authoritarian who he met, and sometimes.
I don't think I've seen this woman before. At least I don't remember. She seems nice. I like the analysis.
Really kowtowed to. It seems believable. On the other hand, the people that we need to win now, if you're Kamala Harris.
Even YouTube chat agrees with me, man. There's absolutely nothing that can be said or done by Trump that'll change supporters' minds. It's everyone coming together to affirm my position. Vosh, everyone I disagree with is Hitler. Trump, Hitler, Hitler, Hitler. Vosh, there's nothing that can change these people's minds. Everyone else, I agree. We agree. Why are you talking like a meme format? We all do. Maybe you're just not familiar with the memes. You know what is maybe like the cruelest experience as a person who's like 40 or younger, I think? Renting and choosing to watch woodworking home renovation videos. That's really fucked up to do to yourself, you know? Yeah, immediately it's like, yeah, you know, you see, oh, one simple trick to make your house fucking gorgeous and beautiful, but then it's like, oh, it costs $200 and I live in a rental. Can we get a woodworking segment? No, I don't woodwork. Vosh, you can 10,000% afford a studio. I rent. Why would I rent this studio space to do woodworking for projects in a house I don't own? Four Eyes makes beautiful stuff. Yeah, for sure. This mofo ain't even building equity. No, he is not. But Vosh, you have an IKEA shelf right behind you. That's not IKEA. Fuck you. That's real wood. That's heavy as shit. That's a proper. Does IKEA use fake wood? Yeah, they use, for pretty much everything, they use veneer over particle board. Swede wood, yeah. Oh, those are great, Nikki Bugs. Very inspirational. Sounded hollow to me. Fuck you. How the fuck you gonna judge people using IKEA furniture? I'm sorry? Are you listening to another video of mine where the words overlapped with what I'm saying live and you assembled a sentence that I didn't construct, but somehow it fit? Where did I say I'm judging you? I've shopped at IKEA. What the fuck? MF, that's a whole new sentence. Thank you. I mean, IKEA is not like that good, but everyone shops there. I mean, like, you know, McDonald's isn't that good. I've eaten McDonald's. It's not a personal attack. It is pretty fucked up how it's so expensive to just get actual wood now, you know? Like real wooden boards, not just like construction grade 2x4, but actual solid old growth wood that you could use for furniture that would stick around for like 200 years. Because with particle board, you can't. Old growth, yeah. You could probably do a pretty good job like upscaling IKEA furniture by just getting old growth wooden boards via like salvage and then sanding them and adding the stain and then the cover and then putting them on the IKEA frame, you know? Like you remove the top veneered particle board bullshit and then you like shape the slab and put it down. Obsolescence economy, yeah. Well, yeah, for sure, King Jar Jerk. I mean, that's how it is. No, we don't want to cut down old growth, you crazy. Not like unprotected stuff or whatever, but like there is a market for like high quality walnut or oak or whatever. It's not all like the bullshit lumber 2x4. You know how crap that wood is? Have you gone to Home Depot and looked at their like construction wood section? You can't make furniture out of that crap. It looks ugly as shit. It's like the rings are so far apart because it's all super new growth. And if you try to like do any kind of drilling into it, you get like the splintering and stuff or the like chipping off because it's not that strong. Like it's strong enough to work for construction as long as you're using it properly and supporting it with, you know, the right fixtures, but No, I can't woodwork Demon Santh. I'm just talking about it. You can get good wood like salvage. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Well, I'm mostly talking about reselling any. But, like, yeah, to an extent, I understand that. It should just be priced appropriately. Wood should be more expensive. I get the, like, low-cost, you know, 2x4 construction wood because you want to build housing quickly. There are ways to sustainably harvest old-growth wood. It's just very expensive and takes a while. Then fine, let it be expensive. A piece of furniture should last hundreds of years if you do it properly. Nobody knows how to like restore stuff anymore because it's like, you know, we'll buy some particle board bullshit for $5 or some plastic cubby. A solid wood piece of furniture can last basically, you know, good wood is indestructible, right? Like a proper solid chunk of wood is borderline indestructible. You just have to get the protection, the coat on top of it, you know, so it doesn't like soak in the wood or whatever. It's expensive, but like you only need to get a few pieces of furniture in your house. This is real wood. You can't really see it, can you? This. I got this from a consignment store. I have a few of them. You just can't see them because they're over here. It's like to match this, like with the wood and the black iron. I don't know what type of wood it is, but it's really pretty. Really solid, too. There you go. Lasting forever is bad, Vosh, because then you can't follow trends and redecorate every 1.5 years based on Pinterest stuff. That's true. I mean, you kind of need a house to renew a lot of things. There's nowhere for me to sand, stain, store tools, etc. I don't think that's true. I think there is room in your house to store tools, I assume. I'm not saying you have the money for it, but like, you only need a little box to have house tools and stuff. I mean, I guess maybe if you live in like the walled city of Kowloon, perhaps. I think it's mostly like a cost and effort thing. Also, for most modern furniture, there is no retouching work to do because it's literally just a veneer over particle board. Like, what are you going to do to retouch that? All you have to do is you use filler and then the little marker to color match with the veneer. Like, you can't like alter it because you would be cutting out of like the veneer. Just depressing. How long does growing old growth wood take? I have no idea. Wood from the hood? Reclaimed wood Minneapolis? Reclaiming wood from your neighborhood. In our Minneapolis-based shop, we transform the logs from fallen urban trees into high-quality hardwoods. That sounds cool. Wait, hold on. Shop online slab inventory. This is the shit that gets me hard now. Looking at slabs of wood? Absolutely. Live Edge, yeah! What are the costs? What are the costs? Okay, chat, we're doing this together, okay? We're gonna, like, find the cost here, okay? Look at some of these slabs. Oh my god. Black walnut? Huh? That maple is gorgeous? Yeah. Well, there's two maples, but they're both gorgeous, so, you know. 8,000 to 15,000 a cut. Well, let's see. Let's see. Black walnut's supposed to be pretty expensive, right? I clicked on it. We're just waiting now. Is that not actually a link, even though it... Okay. Shop our online slab inventory. That's what I want to do. I want to shop... Oh, here we go. Bros. Less than 1,000? Oh. Okay, for the black walnut, it just took forever to load. For the black walnut, they have 2. This one is 1,800? Holy. Wait, I need to get the pictures up. 1 second. Taking forever to load. Add to cart. Yeah, we're just going to ship this right over. A lot of these live edge pieces do still need to be dried. They might pre-dry it. I don't know. It probably says here. 2.6 inches thick, 112 inches in length with an average width of 37 inches. It's been milled to the finished thickness. Live edge still flat and rough sawn, not sanded or finished. That's a nice piece. Yeah. For only 1,800. And it's like black walnut. It's not a cheap wood, you know? Nearly 10 feet long. You could make such a cool table out of this. You could make such a good desk out of this. It's not sustainable? What do you mean? It should be 5K plus, but they're getting it from trees that fall in urban environments, right? So like the wind knocks over trees, and then the trees have to be taken somewhere. So they're like, oh, we're going to cut them up, you know? Like the trees fall. And this was an expensive one, too. I mean, anything like walnut is going to be pretty pricey. What about ash or American elm? Again, these are pretty good. Look at this. 5, 6, 7, 800 for American elm. Okay, these are some of the pricier ones here. This is the most expensive one, probably because it looks really beautiful. I know a guy who drives around storms and collects driftwood. There's good money in this. Yeah, it's old growth wood. Also, like, keep in mind, if you want to build nice furniture with this, you don't need everything to be wood. You can do a lot with metal. Like, honestly, I know this is very YouTube core, but there is so much good furniture that you can make, which is basically like, yeah, wrought iron frame and then a nice wooden top, basically. It's pretty easy to do as well, you know? This is Instagram grifting. Buy from a local company, not this place. This is so overpriced. Are you high? What are you talking about? $900 for this slab of elm? This is a local company, yeah. I am high, but that's not the point. This is insanely good. Do you know how good this wood is? They wrote all over it. Well, you have to sand it. I can get it on Temu for $16. That's true. I despise those resin river tables. Let's not let taste be the enemy of fun. They can be cute. I mean, I agree that, like, when it comes to good taste, probably nothing beats just a solid old growth, like big chunk of a table, you know? But, you know, I mean, whatever makes you happy. It's not a matter of taste, it's a matter of short-sightedness. Okay, I also agree that in terms of longevity, yes, having a solid wood, you know, chunk is the best you're going to get. These prices, man. 600, 700, 800? Man, if only I had the... Well, a lot of things. It's even kiln dried. Are these pre-dried? Did it say that? Yeah, they're dried. Dude, this is like free. You can't afford to not get these. It says on the homepage. Ah. Hackberry. I don't know anything about hackberry. Pretty. Box elder. When there's no affordable options. I mean, it's like, obviously, if you want cheap crap, you can always get cheap crap, right? I'm not shaming you if you want it. I'm just saying, like, I do think there's real value in being able to look at something like this and go, wow, you could make something beautiful and durable that could last literally hundreds of years. Literally, like, unironically, hundreds of years. I have built IKEA furniture that didn't survive like 2 years. I've built IKEA desks that, like, the weight of me leaning with my forearms against the edge of the table sometimes, or like while eating or something, you know, eventually broke it down and it would fall apart. It's not... But you're going to die in 50 years, Vosh? Why do you even care about that? I know you're baiting, but, like, I don't know. I thrifted a Levi's trucker jacket over there that was made in the 90s and looks like it was worn basically every day for 30 years. And I don't know. I mean, maybe it got donated because the guy who wore it all the time died or got too fat for it. It's a pretty trim jacket. But, like, now I get to use it. Isn't that cool? I think it's cool. I'm totally baiting. We got a 12-foot oak table in this style. It's amazing. I'm jealous. Oh, I'm jealous. I don't even have a table in my house, you know. I just eat at the damn computer. If I got a nice, like, wood slab for a project, I'd make a desk, not a table. And I would try to make an adjustable desk too. You know, like... Heavy? It would be heavy, yeah. Sorry, particle board is insanely sustainable for trees and I advocate for it heavily. Yeah, but you know what's even more sustainable? The old growth wood that's already fallen that will, after 200 years of wear, be turned into the particle board that will then be the cheaper wood that you can use after the fact. Like, particle board is the thing that's made after the initial step, which is the really cool old growth. Also, I don't think everything needs to be old growth wood. Like, it's not like my house has it everywhere, you know? My night table isn't old, like, you know, old growth wood or what. Like, no, it's just nice. Oh, a little too high up. There we go. So what happens when the desk I've been using for 200 years breaks down? That liberal, that's what you failed to understand. What happens when 200 years have passed and I can't use that old growth wooden slab as a desk anymore? You need to think these things through. I thought everyone just inherited their wood furniture from their grandparents. I mean, a lot of people do. But a lot of people don't have space in their new houses. Really, Electro Bubble. You had it right. People should buy old furniture, consignment, or antique stores. Solid wood desk for $300 and IKEA cost the same. Fremont Vintage Mall. Archive? No. Sold items? Oh, wait, this is Tumblr. It doesn't... oh, they stopped updating this years ago. That's a shame. The Fremont Vintage Mall in, well, Fremont, near Seattle. It's a part of Seattle, technically. Has some really, really, really nice stuff. Look at this vintage jacket, just on its own. They have some really cool stuff there. I think a lot of older furniture, all you really need is like not a fresh coat of stain or like just a little bit of polishing up. And you got yourself something real special. Look at that. Gorgeous. That's an expensive shit store. You need to go to a cheap shit store. This isn't an expensive shit store. I've been here. Oh my God. Look at this. Sorry, I'm dad posting. I got myself a partner, and now I'm like, man, wouldn't it be cool to have a big dining table? I'm wife guy posting. Damn, you're really 30? The statements uttered by the utterly late 20s individual, you'll get there. Mid-20s asshole? Ah. Yeah, I saw Piani. So you're going to get a smoker for meat too? No, I'm not really a big like barbecue grill meat management kind of guy. Got my hands full with my own meat. Life lesson for 20 to 25-year-olds in chat. Right now, on topic, you know that one guy on YouTube or TikTok? This is going to sound offensive, but this is how he talks. So here's what's wrong with your room. So now you know. That guy. I don't know what his name is. That guy? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you should watch like 10 of his TikToks and then make your bedroom less shitty. Like rearrange the furniture in it. And I think it'll actually improve your life a lot. The feng shui guy? Yeah, I don't normally go for that crap because I think most of the time when people use terms like feng shui, they're doing it in like a pseudoscientific sense. And he uses the language of pseudoscience, but he's applying like the terms are a veneer, to use a term we've used a few times already, on top of a base of very solid and logical positions. Annie, you're like the fucking fastest shooter in the West.
Surely this room's not compatible with two people.
Dear Modder.
This amount of space. Yeah, crazy.
I'm not gonna lie, I found your floor plan. You get me? So here's the room meant for one, and you and your roommate sleep here, and you both work here. Very tight, very intimate, and you are constantly in each other's personal space. You can't sleep because he clicks his fingers at night, and you're afraid you guys might end up spooning the next morning. While there is little we can do due to the constraints, here's an idea to give you guys a bit more space. Place your bed like this, but you sleep with your head here, so your headboard becomes a divider, and your desk becomes your headboard. Now your faces are as far as possible from each other, and you both have a little bit of private sleeping zone. We lost this desk, so go to IKEA and buy a cheap desk here. The thing is, yeah, this is a better desk, this is the better bed, so you guys can decide who wants what more. The room is still tiny, but it should still make things better and feel more private. Give it a try, and just for your sanity, get some earplugs and eye masks. It does work. And remember this, if you can help it, never share a room with someone. So now you know.
He knows his stuff, man. A room that small seems nightmarish to me. I do like that he often focuses, he mixes his focus on between like rich and poor living situations, where he'll talk about big penthouse apartments, but also like 5 people sharing a room. What's his at? Dear Modern is the name of the channel. I like how he explains why things are better. Yeah, yeah. He even has a video about a jail cell. That's nice of him. He's played The Sims way too much. I think he's actually an architect. So, I mean, maybe. He's playing, like, Prison Simulator. What's that game? Oh, I'm so tired. I don't know why I'm so tired. It's been, like, very spiritually draining the lead up to the election. I mean, you all understand. You agree. But, like, you know, I need to be more on top of it, I think. I don't know what there is to cover, though, at the moment. Like, there's all these news stories, but what do you get from them, you know? I'm just... It's a nightmarish month. Well, the real nightmare is going to be next month. Did you do Tim Pool? No. After my last appearance at his studio, I left curtly afterwards. I just watched his first pin video and he started talking about toilet energy. I mean, it makes sense, right? You know. Yeah, that's just not interesting to me, Electro Bubble. The British. All right. I think what I'm going to do is read donos. We love our red donos, don't we, folks? Certainly better than unread donos. Gotta get some sleep tonight. Can we watch Alan Lichtman's election prediction video for some positivity? No. Prediction, divination is devil work, okay? No man, no angel knows the hour. Only him in heaven. If anyone tells you they have a prediction for the future, run. Someone tells you, I think it's going to rain later, run. They're a witch. It can be very heavy, Lord Filthy, for sure. What jacket is that? It's a double RL overshirt. Also, it has a cool logo on the back. See? I like it. It's got a good, like, see? Good texture to it. Is that an ascot? No, it's a silk scarf that I got in Barcelona. Well, if you know enough to check me on it, any. Yeah, I went to a double RL store in Los Angeles, and it was ruinous for me financially, but goddamn do they have good stuff. It's a bit fruity compliment. Yeah, it's a thing in some menswear circles, because it used to be popular in some, I don't know the full history on it, to wear like a little bandana around your neck as like a little poof around like your neck under the shirt. Ascot. Well, it's not necessarily an ascot, but yeah, it's in the ballpark. Didn't Cowboys do that too? Darn tootin'. It screams film director. Yeah. Double RL has some, like... They're so good. I think Dye Workwear called them unparalleled. Or like they have no equal. I love me some language like that. The fucking shawl collar cardigans from Double RL. Just sickening. They're so pricey. Like, they're pricey in a way that they're real pricey. It was interesting, right, Annie? Look at that weave. Well, it's not woven, it's knitted. Look at that knit. Cardigan or live edge wood slab, yeah. That looks itchy. Nah, I felt it in store. It's soft as fuck. It's really nice. How do you have your scarf tied? Like a pleb. I really like their high slim selvedge jean, but I don't think I'm ever going to be able to fit into slim jeans. My legs are too big. They have a cheaper Iran knit shawl cardigan. It looks so nice. Looks so nice, but it's so pricey. I like the terry hoodie. Shopping stream win. I know you guys have a very high estimation of my income, but I promise you that a shopping stream focused on Double RL would be ruinous to me in a way that I don't think I could recover from. It's nice to look at, though. Speaking of, I said I was going to read donos. Skynet Zero, hey man, going to grad school soon. Sorry I don't have enough to donate more. Hope you're doing well. HD Drown with the $5. Sorry it's not more. My student loan check from grad school got lost in the mail. Yeah. You fucking funny guys. Buffoons. It was funnier live. Vorg, you're being very antagonistic today. You've got the spicy... Got the spicy tag. Best watch yourself, don't you know? I'm a white boy. Can only handle so much spice. Jen Simonian, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Oh yeah, it's Goobin time. Always is. Melody Rain, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Kiwi Teepee, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Monsbot, thanks for the $10. Good luck with canvassing over there in Germany. You know, I hope you're having a good time. Gurness, thanks for the gift of tier 1 sub. Jeb K Fan with the $75 dono. I'm not very rich, but here is some help for election season. This was donated before I even started the stream. And it's kind of like an unironic version of the joking donations that you guys gave earlier with the, you know, I'm going into grad school bit. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Only donate what you can afford to donate. Thank you. It's very kind of you. A Pretty Lover Worm, thanks to two tier 1 subs. I have bad news. My Elden Ring save file got corrupted and lost all that progress, Sag. Ah, that sucks. It will not take you as much time to get back to where you were the second time around. You know, you could speed run that shit second time around, you know? Because you got the skill now. I ain't going back. All right. Session Amaru with the $5. Just passing by to mention there is a half devil may cry half visual novel awesome story that has waifus and husbandos called Punishing Gray Raven, 10 out of 10. Maybe chat will take the recommendation to heart. I will probably never consume a piece of media that is advertised on having husbandos and waifus, but I'm sure some people in chat will, so I appreciate the shout out. Troop, thank you for the $10. Yeah, I've heard The Wild Robot is good, even though I don't know anything about it. I've heard that it's good. If you want an amazing depiction of parenthood through the lens of a cute robot movie, I'd highly recommend it. I need to stay away from that shit, man. I've been dad posting enough. I feel like if I watch anything that has like parental themes, it's gonna make me want to have like a kid. And that's like a lot to throw on like the dynamic as is, you know what I mean? I'm already at a point in my life where 47 times a day I'm sending my partner like, this is literally us, and it's a picture of two frogs on a lily pad together. So we have to like pace it out, you know what I mean? Jamie, thanks to $5. What's your favorite type of bird? Mine is a stone curlew. I don't know much about birds. Probably crows. They're just good friends. Zizzy Fizz, thanks to the tier 3 sub. I've unironically been told by many straight men how weird I am and how I must hate myself simply because the vast majority of my friends are women. That's fucking crazy. I literally don't think I have any straight male friends, so I have been spared that experience. That's wild. Bigsy31, thank you for the $5. Really happy to hear that she wants you and her kids really like you. I'm glad it's working out. We're all moving on up in the world. Ward Pipe, thanks to $5. As the anti-imperial guy Frogan was on about, hearing that they use the same bulldozer the U.S. Army used to gather rock to pave road made me physically ill. Yeah. Like, genuinely, the fact that, like, oh, here's a typical IDF soldier experience. Using a bulldozer to crush living people. What the fuck? Why? You have guns. What are you doing? Insane. Bjornhall Verts, $5. We all know you won't finish Elden Ring because you're afraid to face General Radahn again. I won't lie, I am a little nervous about the only remaining content being General Radahn because I know it will be like 4 to 5 hours probably of me having to come up with new and funny ways of saying we got it this time, chat, you know? But I'm pretty good at that, so I think I'll be okay. Leafar, thank you for the $5 again. Zero Riz Hodon, thank you for the $5. After 9/11, they turned DC into Tokyo 3. Yeah, they should have deployed the Avas on Jan 6. Beowulf DW, thank you for the $5. Fun historical fact, the Cossacks once sent an insulting letter to the Ottoman Sultan. The insults included goat fucker of Alexandria and idiot before God. We used to be a real sultanate. Fedheal, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Thanks for engaging with me, by the way. You've mentioned engaged with my comments twice this stream and as a long-time lurker. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, I don't have the cognitive processing capabilities necessary to parse out, like, people's relative level of participation in chat and then, like, you know, try to divvy it up appropriately. But, yeah, no, lurkers are people, too. Just barely. Vosh, still got your guns? You haven't talked about them in a bit. My interest in guns has mostly subsided because I feel like a lot of it was an aesthetic appreciation that I have since more productively transplanted onto fashion. My main interest in firearms had nothing to do with, like, how effective they were. It's a gun, you know? You hold it, you point it. They all work pretty good for the most part. It was their aesthetic value, and I don't open carry because I'm not a psychopath. But I do wear clothes outside. It is a good gun, Siram. Yeah, I open wary. Good one. I love repeating stuff that people in chat say, but people laugh when I say it. Todd 1000, thank you for the $5. Longtime lurker, just turned 23 on the 7th. Nice, wonderful. I I hope you enjoyed your birthday very much. Don't quarter life crisis too hard. Korsnor, thanks the $10. Dude went like, you mean Helmut von Moltke Elder, who won the Franco-Prussian War, and not Rommel? Please don't. Donald, I love Hitler's generals. I need him. Yeah, he tried to give him a bailout and he didn't take it, which honestly, king shit from Donald Trump. He didn't pussy out. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. The whole election dono scam thing is why I only donate at vosh.gg/subscribe. That's right, vosh.gg/subscribe. Yeah, I need to send you guys... You sign up with your email on VGG, right? Or like through an account on another site that might have your email. You need to get emails from me. I'm Vosh, personally reaching out to you. Do you want to, you know, join me at Langley for a dinner? You could win. I just need $20. Be good. Snails are neat. Thanks the $5. You are the coolest guy ever. Thank you for going off about wood and long-lasting materials. I love the materials. Talk about more cool building stuff. Okay, thank you. I think... Look, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? It's not about the sustainability, all right? Like, I agree with that in a political sense, but in my day-to-day life, I am not making life, like, aesthetic decisions based on sustainability. That's kind of like a secondary concern. The primary thing for me, I think, is that, and I've been leaning more into this feeling as I get older, I want the things that are in my life to fill me with joy. We're joy posting, and cheap crap doesn't do that necessarily. Like, I want the stuff that I have to be beautiful because it's richer, not in a monetary sense, but in like imbuing it with feeling. It needs to spark joy. You know, like you can, in a purely utilitarian sense, do a bunch of stuff cheaper. The clothes can be cheap and they're fine. You can buy clothes from Target and look fine, and that's fine. Your whole life you can be fine. And you can get like the cheap furniture and the cheap dishes and the stuff. And like, that's all fine. There's nothing innately wrong with that. But I'll tell you this, when I moved to Seattle, I went to Pike Place and I went to one of the market stalls, and he was selling cutting boards, like really nice end grain wood cutting boards, you know, the kind you've probably seen them online, or at least like on YouTube, where it's a bunch of different squares. You know what I'm talking about? Like it looks kind of like this. Mine's like a rectangle. You know? It's a nice one. It was expensive. It was pretty. Well, it was too pretty for me to use it, is the thing. So we kept using our old plastic cutting boards. And I saw a YouTube short some weeks ago where it's like, hey, you want to see how much plastic gets in your food if you use them like to cut up food? And it turns out it's a lot of plastic. You eat a lot of plastic if you do that. So I stopped using those, and I busted out the fancy wooden cutting board. And it's like, it just makes me happy to look at. The plastic cutting boards didn't make me happy to look at. TBH, deriving happiness from items and objects just feels empty to me. Respectfully, it's not a this or that. We're not talking about taking away from human relation stuff. It's like if you have a nice piece of furniture that you look at and it's just pretty and it makes you feel better. I think that's normal because it's not an object in and of itself. It represents something. Objects are representative, right? Like a nice fancy cutting board is representative of, you know, artisan woodworking. It's representative of you know, like human skill and talent. It's physically beautiful. It's nice to look at. Shoot, I'm tired of misemoting. I've been there. Are you a Trader Joe's enjoyer? They've got good stuff. Mostly good, like, snacks. Good desserts. What was I doing? Green Glenwald, thanks the 777. I may be dumb in chat, but I still got the spirit. Love you, man. It's okay. We're all dumb in chat. Rubles, thanks the 10 bucks. Congratulations on beating the king of puppets. Tough boss, tough game. Thank you. Dick Thulu, thank you for the $10. I dropped out of grad school and gave up on my career in public policy to settle for a fallback gig in tech. Sorry, it's not more, but I just bought my second house. All right. Thank you. Thank you for constructing a message that references the joke, but also I feel good about taking your money. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. I don't know if that's offensive or not. Thank you for the $5. My Elden Ring save was also corrupted. I'm remaking it. Nice! Yeah, got to get back in there. Akumi, thanks the $5. I know you read One Piece, but I don't know if you watch the anime. Even if you don't, you should watch the standalone episode Fan Letter. It's amazing. I haven't heard of it, but maybe I could look at it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't watch the anime. I haven't seen it. A Pretty Loverworm, thanks the $5. Offer free HRT in those emails, Vosh? No, I have to deal with enough of you. No, thank you. Super chats. Super chat. 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 Stop telling me about the YouTube Partner Manager program. I know about it. I know about it. It'll be a good title for the Mr. Trump McDonald's video that I'm going to change it to. Just put the fries in the bag, Mr. President. That's a good one. Titling videos is really difficult. By far my least favorite part of the job, which is why I don't do it. Because I try not to. All right, Christian Stone gave a number of donations. I feel like you're still in a manic state, so I'm going to just not acknowledge them. I'm happy to take your money, but you probably do need it more than I do. I can't refund super chats, so you're kind of on your own on this one. Yoink. This is my political donation controversy situation. Snorcore, thank you for the $5. My minimal once a stream dono to the V. We'll watch the stream later because I'm at work to catch up fully. I really do appreciate it, Snorcore. Thank you. And not just once either, huh? Thank you very, very much. Wait, that was from last stream. Never mind. I'm unthanking you, Snorcore. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Darth Phoenix 33, thank you for the $10. Voted early in Texas today. As much as it sucks that we'll go to Trump, here's hoping we at least get rid of Cruz. Also, apparently Kamala's going to Houston. Yes. Must be a good sign. Thoughts? No source, sorry. Going and campaigning in Houston can have an effect in New Mexico and Arizona. I mean, also, you got to think of the long run, right? Leaving aside, like, Ted Cruz losing, Texas should be a purple state. It could be a blue state. There is value in appealing there, you know? Anthrax Crab, thank you for the $10. I voted. I am now a proud Jimmy Carter voter, the only man with the wisdom to save the country. Not a bad write-in. Shang Tsung, thank you for the $5. What will you do if Trump wins? I don't know. Pretty scary possibility, to be honest with you. He might pass an executive order to arrest and execute all handsome, big-dicked, quirked-up white boys. And if that's the case, it might be lights out for your boy. We'll see. Taco Cat 04, thank you for the $2. Glad you got some chores done. Me too. Had a very productive sweeping session. Sounds stupid, but I did. The Lost and Miyagoro, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Alberta Portisi. I probably mispronounced that. Thank you for the $50. That's very, very kind of you. Not even a message to go along with it. Thank you very, very much. Hell yeah. Polito94, thank you for the $20. Very kind of you. Man, fuck this country. True. Shit-ass country. But it's the greatest country in the world. It's a magical country. Shit-ass country. Sorry. Shit-ass country. Is that better? There we go. We need to be careful with this, by the way, because, like, I want to be clear about this, okay? You're having fun now. But if we have, in a video, there's a black person talking, they're talking in AAVE, they say like, properly, because they're not you, and you all, like, make jokes off of that, you're going in the pit. I'm not joking. This is what I mean, too. Like, I make the jokes, but then you guys get weird. You get weird about women? Yeah, Chad will definitely do that. Yeah, it's just not... From my perspective, it's not difficult to manage this, but a lot of you guys just copy the thing. You don't think. I have to think before I make jokes that are kind of edgy, because I've had 5.5 years of people relentlessly attacking me with bad faith interpretations of everything that I've said in the thousands of recorded hours of content that I've put out there, live, unscripted. I've learned that I have to be conscientious while speaking off the cuff. I've gotten better at it. You motherfuckers. This is why a lot of streamers don't have chat on screen. It's pretty uncommon, you know that? But Azan? Yeah, well. We're a detriment to your career, Vosh? I wouldn't be here without you guys. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you so much for the $500 donation, you madman. I'm sorry I couldn't donate sooner. I've been busy dealing with early onset dementia. Benjamin, I'm inviting you to Langley. Yes, you. I need you to join my team to stop Donald Trump. But we can only do it if you're willing to commit an extra $20. If you just uncheck this. Thank you very, very much. A lot of good work being done with PV, you know? They facilitated the Bernie Sanders conversation, as I understand it, with Pokimane and what have you. It's good. They're putting it through. Teaching Bernie Sanders what a VTuber is? That shit's so funny, dude. That shit is so fucking funny. Now he knows. Thank you, Benjamin. Snorcore with 5. Hey, Vosh, this is all I have because I ate my bank account. Yeah. Ashton Milky Way, thank you for the $20. Why does David Pakman never talk about the Gaza genocide? Well, he's a Zionist. I mean, I think I mentioned that before, and then he was like, oh, that was anti-Semitic of Vosh, but he definitionally is. You know. I don't think he has good politics on it. After I donated money to, well, after you guys donated, I mean, I donated as well, but to the PCRF, he talked about it going to Hamas. Audrey, thank you for the $5. Vosh, some hopium. My mom said she would have helped me buy DIY HRT if there were restrictions. Also, I'm currently setting up my support networks. Nice, good. Keep it up. Still alive, thank you for the $5. Even though a lot of Republicans have also voted early, a large portion are women. Just makes me wonder how many are secretly voting Harris. Don't know. We don't know what the proportion of votes are early. We only know whether or not a person is registered. Your vote is secret. It's not public knowledge. What you're registered as is. So with early voting, they can only count so-and-so registered Democrats, so-and-so registered Republicans. Ryan, thank you for the $5. Turning on Trump is lucrative. Would Alyssa Ferris Griffin ever have gotten her cushy gig in The View had she not sold a book? I don't know enough about the lore of The View to have a strong comment on that really specifically. Turning on Trump is lucrative, but so is sticking with Trump. I mean, just having something to say is lucrative. But there's like a million people who have testified to Trump being fucking awful in private. I don't necessarily think it's like just grifting, you know? Andrew Leisure, thank you for the $5. Are we about to enter the Vosh woodworking arc? I've always kind of liked woodworking, but I'm not a woodworker. I'm not that good with my hands. Real Voshites will know. I have shaky hands. You usually see it when I'm holding something up. So you get when you break your damn hands. I miss the gloves. I wore those for like 3 days. Cool Comrade 400, the $5. Living right off the coast here in Washington State. The driftwood is really nice, and if processed right, looks amazing and sells well. Yeah. There's a lot of really good old, like, you know, old wood out there, old growth wood out there that you can use, that you don't have to fell new trees. It's out there. I thought it was because of lithium tremors. I don't have lithium poisoning. If I did, I wouldn't be taking the damn lithium. That's poison. Good Lord. I buy shitty cars. Thank you for the $5. Super chat. Savvy S, the $5. I'm curious to know your opinion. Will Trump leave office after his term if he wins? You know, I can't predict the future. I don't know. If he wins, I don't think we're going to have that much of a democracy. I think if there is an election in 2028, it'll be a very heavily weighted one. But I don't know. He's pretty old. Can't really say. Good Lord, people. Jay Lord, thank you for the $5 Why do you reject the political compass? What else is anti-capitalist, pro-aristocracy, nobles, oblige welfarism found in 19th century Europe? Incomprehensible! Try again. Noah Grever, thanks for $10. Are there any good recent studies / research on the effects of immigration, illegal or otherwise? My brain-dead centrist friends are still convinced illegal immigration is a crisis for the economy. We have multiple studies. I think my research doc has 2 really big ones on the effect illegal immigrants have had on the economy and on domestic wages. And they are within the past 20 years. I mean, there were millions and millions of illegal immigrants back then. It's not as though like the character of illegal immigrants have changed in any provable substantive way. But they're probably not going to be convinced. They probably believe that none of those studies are valid because in 2021, Biden opened up the borders, and since then, like 1 billion MS-13 agents have entered the country. Therefore, all previous studies are useless because they don't talk about the current stock of illegal immigrants. You know, it's they're not an easy group to convince. Velvet with the $5. We're considering sending our son overseas for school. Any recommendations? I don't know. You must got Mongo money. Sending your son overseas for school? I don't know. I'm not a parent. I haven't researched any of that. Why? I mean, not to say it's necessarily a bad idea. Actually cheaper sometimes. I could see that. The Lost, the $5. As a 30-year-old bitchy bottom, thank you for giving me the courage to leave my toxic alt-right friend group. Fuck yeah, absolutely. Yeah, never feel like you're bound to those losers, you know? You can always build a new friend group, a better one. John with the $15. Message of joy and kindness to Vosh and chat. I really appreciate that. You know, I know that I make a lot of jokes and I come across as goofy and disaffected, but, you know, I pride myself in my authenticity. And oftentimes, if I feel sullen while streaming or I don't stream at all, it's just a consequence of the fact that I feel invested in the news, the messaging, the stuff that I say. It is important to keep a good attitude. J Lord with the $5. Vosh, sorry about the typos. Also, don't you miss the day when Stellar Blade and the old Lara Croft was just the typical female character design? Didn't Stellar Blade come out last year? Am I mixing it up with a different game? It came out this year. Oh, so you're memeing and creaming. I know that you're like probably 14, so you shouldn't even be playing Stellar Blade. I will say though, I think fan service in games fucking rules. Problem is that often sucks. You know? It's because a lot of the time it's like straight guys doing it. Fuck that shit. Put lesbians on the team, okay? It's just like oftentimes it's just like grotesquely unattractive sexualized depictions of women, you know? You can do better. Regular Tetragon, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Cat face, that's very true. That's a little, see his little cat face right there? I can't do the 3 with my lips. You know, I knew a person who could do that face back in high school. They actually could, they couldn't literally do the 3 with their mouth, obviously, but they could very strongly convey the impression with the cleft of their upper lip, and like they could do the cleft while raising the corners of their lips quite a bit. It was very impressive, very obnoxious. I can do that. Oh, a lot of talented people out there. I can't. Tifa or Ariev? I've never played Final Fantasy VII. Probably the one who's more butch. The one with the dark hair. I don't know which one that is. The one with the bared midriff. Is that Tifa? That's Tifa? Okay, yeah. Definitely Tifa then. She's not butch. Butch relative to the other one. No, she's not butch in an absolute sense. But the other one is like a, like, waifish, you know what I mean. Butch relative to the virginal flower maiden. Exactly, exactly. I think you mean tougher looking one. Yeah, but I say butch because in my friend circle and the people I follow on Twitter, basically everyone is a lesbian. So the term butch is used frequently. So I use it myself through cultural osmosis. We are not your friends. I wasn't referring to you. Don't worry. Katie Jane with the very kind $25. Vosh, I've been watching a while, but freeloading. And tonight my husband stopped what he was doing to watch and said, have you donated to him yet? Here you go. Ah, your husband. Tell him I say thank you. It's very nice of you both. I really appreciate that. Thank you. No more freeloading, okay? This is, look, I'm a humble member of the working class, and I deserve compensation for my labor. Thank you. Don't you like the sweet pink girl type? No, not really. I don't even like sundresses. No. I like, well, look, okay, I want to be clear. People talk too much in archetypes. I like a lot of people, okay? I think what I like, I do tend to like solidly built women. I have liked very femme, you know, waifish women before. I think what I like most is an archetype. That's what matters most to me. You know? Like, know who you are and what you want to be, and then rock that shit. Like a strong commitment to the archetype. What's the archetype? An archetype. There's a lot of them. Confidence? Well, that's a given. A lack of confidence is universally unattractive. Thank you, Katie Jane. Sake, thank you for the very kind 5 tier 1 subs. Shaky hands, you mean auto vibration? You're kind of not wrong. Thank you. Joe Cat has entered the chat. I mean, it's just like real life, right? Lots of people will say, oh, I want a big buff mommy dummy, but like, you're not getting one in real life. In real life, you're gonna find just like a lady. A kind of normal lady, probably. Nibs Indie Gaming, thank you for the $5. Been watching since the 2020 election. About time I sent something. Yeah, no more freeloading. Would send more, but I just started my 4th 40k army. No kidding. That's expensive, man. I'm surprised you even had this money to send. God damn. I hope you're enjoying it. Every time I go to a game shop with my friends, it makes me want to start a new 40k army, but I know for a fact that I'm never going to actually, like, play it. What's better, feudalism or capitalism? Capitalism, but if capitalism ends up destroying the world, then maybe I'll flip my script on that one. Do you have any Warhammer miniatures? Yeah. F. I've shown them on stream before, King Jar Jar. Sorry, I'm delaying. I'm a sleepy boy. And honestly, we ran for 4.5 hours despite me being sleepy. We didn't even play games like I expected I would. So I guess I was worried about this being insubstantial, but I guess I shouldn't. I'm streaming tomorrow morning. What time is the Austin speech? I am curious about Kamala Harris in not Austin, in Houston. I am curious about her. Oh, that's on Friday. Then what's the thing that's happening tomorrow? I'll have to look it up. I forget. Why can't Vosh maintain the same energy here as he did when he debated Professor Flowers and Cat Black? Moral relativism is just fine by him now, I guess. What are you talking about? I never debated Cat Black for one, but also, what on earth are you talking about? Alex, thanks to 5. Parents thinking of sending kids abroad because of the election. Many of my graduating friends want to leave, fearing the draft's return. Thoughts? I don't think we're getting the draft back. There are legitimate reasons to maybe want to leave the country if things pan out poorly. I don't think we're getting the draft back. I think it would be like ruinously unpopular to an extent that we couldn't even begin to imagine. I just don't think it's possible. Would you ever move out of the U.S.? If I ever had to, I make a promise to all of you. I will bring America with me. Okay? Did you, Devin Deadhouse? I get pretty good Wi-Fi here. Oh, by the way, I wanted to show you guys. Isn't it just the cutest? I got it from La Sagrada de Familia, the Basilica in Barcelona. It's so light. I like the almost painted glass look. Yeah, it's meant to be like stained glass because the Basilica is chock full of it. Both choices for president are horrific. Yeah, though there is one that's more than the other. I hate how much I like it. Why do you hate how much you like it? It's cute. Holy shit. My balls just started to itch so bad. That's our time. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. At least I will if you're cool. I'm going to send you over to Riverboat Jack because she's pretty cool too. I mean, as cool as me. Well, I'm not here to start fights. I have a pretty high opinion of myself. I think she's pretty darn cool. It's just, you know, I mean, if we're making the comparison, I say you always got to look out for number one. I think I'm pretty cool. Cappy, thanks to $5. Hello, Vorsh. Your streams help me to force myself to rest better and care about how I look. What would be your rec for a cheaper jacket? Well, depends on what kind of jacket, but I genuinely think you can get insane deals on a jacket looking at a thrift store. Vosh only cares about moral relativism when it's a black creator, but he hand waves it when it's a Muslim creator. You are mentally ill. You are fighting a war in your mind, but it is a phantom war. we are seeing only little glimpses, facets of the uncut gem that is your whatever dialectic you're currently working through. I want you to be better for your own sake, not necessarily for mine. NL posting? You can't say that everything I do is NL posting. What, calling people in chat mentally ill is NL posting? I didn't realize that he invented all streaming. It's gotta be a thing now. Now I can never get a Peloton. I still have my hair, motherfucker. It's not going anywhere. I'm sending you over to Riverboat Jack. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for the stream, guys. Take care.